It's August 15, 1977. Astrophysicist Jerry Ehman is scanning the cosmos with his radiotelescope at the University of Ohio. It is connected to a 100-meter-long antenna used by the SETI project, whose goal is to listen to the cosmos in the hopes of discovering a message of alien origin. Glancing briefly at the data printout, the astrophysicist is shocked by what he sees. A few minutes earlier, at exactly 11:16 p.m., a strong radio signal was captured. Ehman is so surprised that he even writes the word "wow" in the margin. Did this signal really come from somewhere else? And if it did, from where? Most people, the expression unidentified flying object brings to mind images of interplanetary spacecraft. However, the theory that aliens exist has met with many objections. Some scientists will even say that it's nothing more than nonsense. According to them, if we consider the vast distances that separate the stars, it is ridiculous to think that aliens could be visiting us. For instance, if we look at the star that is closest to our sun, Alpha Centauri, we see that it is slightly more than 4 light years away from Earth. In other words, it is as far as light would travel in 4 years. Since light travels at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second, we're talking about a distance of approximately 38 billion kilometers. That would be the number 38, followed by 12 zeros. Even if we could imagine an alien civilization capable of traveling at close to the speed of light, they would take at least 4 years to get to our planet and another 4 to get back home. And if they decided to trade in their spaceship for a car driving down the highway at 60 miles per hour, our intergalactic travelers would take 120 million years to cross the same distance. And to do what? To butcher a few cows in the U.S. Midwest? To kidnap a Boston postal worker? To gather a few samples of lavender in France? Let's get serious. We now know, based on certain criteria, that Alpha Centauri cannot have any habitable planets orbiting it. This means that if aliens do exist and are visiting our planet, they must have come from somewhere else, somewhere much farther away. But where could that be? We might be getting off track. It might not be as far away as we think. The speed of light might not be as absolute as astrophysicists claim, and somewhere else may turn out to be nowhere. The universe has by no means revealed all of its secrets. The UFO problem raises 2 questions with regards to aliens. First of all, do intelligent life forms exist in the universe? Secondly, do they have the means to visit us? In terms of biochemistry, life as we know it is like a cake recipe. Certain ingredients are required. Professor René Racine is considered by many as one of Quebec's leading astronomers.
I'm no expert, but they think that life is carbon-based, and only a mixture of elements such as carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen could produce life, or the level of molecular complexity necessary to generate life forms. Other combinations also exist. For instance, silicon mixed with oxygen gives sand, but it's far from being as malleable and fertile as, say, blood, for example, which is composed of carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen exist everywhere in the universe. So all we need
Поэтому все,
is the
что
right
требуется для
conditions for
возникновения
these
жизни,
elements to
это правильное
combine,
сочетание этих элементов
then
и наличие
increase in
подходящих
complexity
условий.
and evolve into a life form.
À leur évolution en être vivant soit réunie pour qu'on y arrive.
Obviously, simply mixing elements such as hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon together is not enough to spark the complex process that produces life. Going back to our cake recipe, tossing a couple of eggs, some flour, and sugar into a bowl and mixing them together doesn't give us a cake. The mixture needs to spend a certain amount of time cooking in the oven at a specific temperature. In cosmic terms, the equivalent of the cooking process for this hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon mixture is referred to as planetary conditions.
We need to understand that the conditions required to create this biological or living soup are very precise. There's the time element, the stability of the planet's orbit, and surface temperatures. And it's hard to find ideal conditions where all of these elements coexist. We've known that for a long time. It makes us realize how incredibly unlikely it was for life, especially intelligent life, to emerge here on Earth. And yet, it happened. To be more precise, it's believed that a planet's surface temperatures must allow for biochemical reactions to take place. Therefore, they must remain within a certain range. They have to stay between water's freezing point and evaporation point, for example, since water is an essential element. And the orbit of the planet, or the object on which a life form might develop, must be very constant. Planets orbit around stars, just like Earth orbits around the Sun. And if the distance between the planet and its star varies over time, surface temperatures will change. Now you can see why we are so concerned with the effects of an increase in temperature on Earth's ecosystem. Even a change of 1 or 2 degrees can have a catastrophic result. To keep the temperature constant, it's crucial that Earth's orbit remain as circular as possible. Earth is always the same distance from the Sun, within a 1% margin. And that's just one example among several others. From our observations, we now know that when planets or other protoplanetary objects form around young stars, there is a dynamic of intense agitation. And it's not easy to explain how a solar system such as ours could have come about, in which there are 8 or 9 planets, if we include Pluto, whose orbits are nearly perfectly circular. So those are the conditions, and I've given you an idea of how difficult it is for all of those conditions to be present at once. It happened here in our solar system. There was a planet called Earth, just the right distance away from its star for the water to maintain its fertile properties. Water can be too hot or too cold. The temperature of Earth's water may not have been ideal at first. The Sun may have been hotter in the beginning. Mars might have had a relatively high surface temperature. There may have been arch biology on Mars. Who knows? The point is, it's very difficult to meet all of the conditions at once.
In the early 1960s, scientists were optimistic about the existence of extraterrestrial life forms. They used planetary conditions found here in our solar system as a model, believing that the same model must exist everywhere else in the universe. But recent discoveries of planets outside of our solar system have put a damper on their optimism. It seems that stable planetary systems are actually a lot rarer than we had thought up until now.
Establishing our level of knowledge or confidence is a question of statistics. In the 1960s and 70s, Frank Drake came up with a relatively simple mathematical equation that included the probabilities of each factor required for life to emerge. What is the probability that a star will have planets? What is the probability that these planets will have a stable orbit? What is the probability that the planet will be far enough away from the star? If we want to calculate the probability of communicating with extraterrestrial life forms, what is the lifespan of a civilization capable of communication? I recall at the time, we would multiply all of these factors by the number of stars in the galaxy, and the answer would be a few units. there would only be a few habitable planets where life could develop in our galaxy, the Milky Way. But back then, we were going on the supposition that all stars have planets, and now we know that's not true. There has been a lot of talk about discoveries of planets outside of our solar system. But we have to remember that the 80 or so planets that have been discovered so far were among 3,000 stars that were examined. This shows that it's not 100% certain that a star will have a planet. In reality, the probability is more like 2 or 3%. What's even worse, if we include in our probabilities the total number of planets discovered around stars, there are planets whose orbit is irregular, or elliptical, or whose surface temperature varies between 100 and 300 degrees Celsius, not over a period of millions of years, but over a period of weeks or days. I would say that recently, over the past 5 years or so, the consensus has been that the creation of life as it occurred here on Earth happens very rarely elsewhere.
L'optimisme de Drake, au début,
Drake's initial optimism was based on the fact that there are over 10 billion stars in our galaxy.
Alors, à ce moment-là, les chances qu'on en trouve quelques-uns.
At the time, it was believed the chances were pretty good of finding stars with planets orbiting around them.
Les planètes qui tournent autour de ces étoiles-là, eh bien, pourraient quand même être significatives. Mais,
we have since discovered a lot of massive planets. But according to the basic criteria, these massive planets could not have formed close to their star.
Massives-là, bon bien, ne peuvent pas être formés près de leur étoile.
They would have had to form far away from the star, like Jupiter did in our solar system. Jupiter is 5 times further away from the Sun than the Earth is. So these massive planets must have moved closer to their star over time. At first we wondered how that could happen, but after much study we realized that it was relatively easy for a planet as big as Jupiter to evolve and then migrate from the position where it was formed to a new position closer to the star. Which makes us wonder, if this is possible, then why is Earth still in the same place where it is now? If Jupiter had moved closer to its star, like the other massive planets that we observed, then Earth wouldn't be here anymore. Now we're asking ourselves the question, why are we still here?
On pose plutôt la question inverse. Pourquoi est-ce que nous sommes ici? Et puis il semble que Jupiter serait un cas.
It seems that Jupiter is different from a lot of the planets that we discovered outside of our solar system.
Beaucoup des autres planètes extrasolaires.
The good news is that once all of the conditions have been met, it's easy for life to spring forth. In 1953, Stanley Miller, a young biochemistry student, took a sphere and filled it with the gases that were present on Earth a billion years ago. He then bombarded the sphere with strong electrical charges, recreating Earth's original climatic conditions. At the end of the experiment, Miller observed that his mixture had become enriched with an additional substance, amino acids, the building blocks of life. Miller's experiment proved that it was possible to create life from inorganic matter. As for the transition from organic life to intelligent life, it was just a question of time and ability. To help you understand this long process, let's imagine the Earth's entire evolution reduced to the length of a 24-hour day. If we start with the formation of the planet Earth at 12 a.m., then life does not appear until 5 a.m. The planet takes all day to develop, and the first mollusks do not appear until 8 p.m. Dinosaurs don't show up until 11 p.m. Then our human ancestors appear on the scene at 11:55 p.m. On this scale, the Industrial Revolution was a mere hundredth of a second, and space exploration has only been taking place for 3/1000ths of a second. If we try to imagine this long process taking place on another planet, it is almost certain that the original life form will eventually evolve into an intelligent species. However, it is highly unlikely that it would lead to humanoid beings. Unlikely, but not impossible. Michio Kaku is a professor of theoretical physics at the University of New York.
Exobiologists, that is, biologists that look for perhaps intelligent life forms on other planets, say that there are really three ingredients for intelligence, just three. First is the ability to have some kind of language, culture, to be able to hand down communication from generation to generation. Second is a hand of some sort, a way to grab a tentacle, perhaps a claw, fingers, to manipulate the environment. And the third, eyeballs of some sort, some way to sense the environment. But that's it. Eyesight of some sort of grappling instrument, and some sort of culture, communication, language. Beyond that, anything goes. Look at the animal kingdom on the planet Earth. There are many animals that could, given a few million years, probably become intelligent. Octopus, for example, they have tentacles. Lobsters have claws. Mammals, if they had opposable thumbs, they would be able to manipulate the environment. Just on the planet Earth, we have a fantastic variety of animals without two eyes, nose, mouth, ears, chin, forehead in the exact proportion of a human. Therefore, when I see a picture of an alien that looks just like us, I tend to think that these are simply memories of 1950s science fiction movies when we saw bug-eyed monsters. Even on the planet Earth, the diversity of life forms is fantastic compared to what we see in science fiction movies. I would be more convinced if I saw an intelligent octopus or intelligent lobster. I would really be quite impressed if somebody says they were abducted by an intelligent octopus.
If anatomical shapes are infinite, then what about intelligence level? Can you imagine what an extraterrestrial civilization 1,000 or 10,000 years ahead of us might be like?
We physicists believe that when you look in outer space, we have type 1, type 2, and type 3 civilizations. A type 1 civilization is perhaps 100, 200 years more advanced than ours. They control planetary energy, anything involved with the planet, the weather, perhaps earthquake and volcanoes, they can control. However, eventually, they expand by a factor of 10 billion to have the power of a star. They control solar flares, a type 2 civilization. A type 2 civilization can roam across parts of the galaxy. They have the power of thermonuclear fusion, the power of stars themselves. Eventually, they exhaust the power of a star, and they become galactic. They become type 3. They have tremendous access to huge, vast regions of our galaxy. A type 2 civilization is 10 billion times more powerful than type 1. A type 3 is 10 billion times more powerful than type 2. But on this scale, what are we? We are type 0. We get our energy from dead plants. We can only speculate what it would be to be like a planetary civilization, to be able to energize volcanoes and earthquakes and change the weather at will.
If such civilizations exist in the universe, what do these beings look like? And how can we detect their presence? In the early 1960s, anxious to obtain an answer to this question, scientists set up an ambitious project designed to listen to space. It was called Project SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. The idea was to use radio telescopes to listen in on the interstellar void in the hopes of picking up a radio signal of alien origin. Here on Earth, we use radio waves in practically all forms of communication. If extraterrestrials were living on a planet orbiting the star Zeta Reticuli, some 30 light years away from Earth, and doing the same experiment, they would just now be picking up old episodes of Hawaii 5-0 or The Invaders. SETI researchers had to choose a specific wavelength to listen in on. For convenience sake, astrophysicists decided to choose a wavelength that was equivalent or close to that of hydrogen, the most common element in the universe. So they chose 1420 megahertz. Since then, space has been hopelessly silent. Apart from a few abnormalities, like the signal picked up on August 15, 1977, which was dubbed the WOW signal, Project SETI has not recorded any signals that could be indisputably interpreted as a message from alien intelligence. The apparent failure of Project SETI has led several scientists to conclude that there are no advanced civilizations anywhere in the cosmos, a conclusion that some feel is a bit premature.
Many scientists look at the SETI program and they say, see, we've scanned the heavens and we see no evidence of any intelligent life in outer space. Well, I don't think so. I don't think that perhaps in the next century we'll find any usable signal from outer space. First of all, we've only scanned perhaps 100 light years from the planet Earth in some detail. Our galaxy is 100,000 light years across. And galaxies are tens of millions of light years distant. So we've only scanned a small neighborhood of our galaxy. Second of all, we've only looked at frequencies near the frequency of hydrogen. That's silly. This goes back to the person who lost his key. A person who drops his key will often look next to a lamppost. But if you say to the man, why are you looking next to a lamppost? You dropped your key over there. The person will say, well, that's where the light is. There's no light over there. Therefore, I will look over here. We look at hydrogen frequencies because they're convenient. However, scientists don't think that these aliens will communicate at hydrogen frequencies. Perhaps they use laser technology. We've only barely begun to scan other frequencies. Therefore, we have to look at the broadband. Also, when you communicate across vast distances, we sometimes take a signal and chop it up. And then we send each piece, and it reforms at the other end. That's how the internet works. Email is chopped up, sent to various cities, and is reformed at the other end. But if you were to intercept one fragment of email, you'd get nonsense, gibberish until it's reformed. Therefore, in outer space, they probably send signals not on one frequency, but perhaps on the entire spectrum, so that a passing star will not interrupt the entire signal. Then at the other end, they reassemble the signal. If you were to listen in on their signal, you would hear gibberish, nonsense. In other words, we could be in the middle of an intergalactic conversation, and we wouldn't even know. Our technology is so primitive, we look on simply one frequency. Any advanced civilization will send messages across all frequencies in order to compensate for passing stars, passing stellar explosion, static, and interference. That's real science. However, scientists sometimes judge alien technology on the basis of what we can do, not on the basis of what a Type 3 civilization, millions of years more advanced than ours, can do.
A lot of UFO followers find scientists' attitudes to be somewhat of a paradox. On one hand, efforts are being made to listen to space in the hopes of picking up an alien signal. And on the other hand, scientists do not seem to be particularly interested in the UFO phenomenon. From an objective point of view, we must admit that there has been no solid proof linking this phenomenon to visits by extraterrestrials. But the theory is still valid. Unfortunately, too many scientists continue to view this theory as nothing more than a popular fantasy. To defend their view, scientists cite the Fermi paradox. 50 years ago, Nobel Prize winner Enrico Fermi, an Italian physicist, a friend of Einstein, once said, "If there are extraterrestrials, where are they?" In asking this question, Fermi wanted to point out to his colleagues that if life was as widespread in the cosmos as they believed it was, then it was reasonable to think that civilizations far more evolved than us existed. According to Fermi, several of those civilizations should be technologically advanced enough to visit us. By Fermi's logic, given the fact that extraterrestrials have not yet landed on our planet, it must mean that they don't exist. This rather radical statement became known in scientific circles as Fermi's paradox. From there, it was only a quick leap to say that people who believed they had met extraterrestrials were delusional.
As for the credibility of a witness, or the assessment of a witness's credibility, Enrico Fermi's name was often mentioned, saying, "Listen, If extraterrestrial beings had visited us and were among us, we wouldn't be sitting here discussing it. It would be obvious. We need only look at the example of Europeans arriving in North America in the 15th and 16th centuries. It didn't take years for news to spread to the West Coast that ships had arrived in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. It would be the same thing in modern times. If extraterrestrial beings were visiting Earth, which is highly unlikely, then they would be on television. They're not that shy.
The problem with Fermi's paradox is that it considers alien visits in terms of our expectations and not reality. Extraterrestrials may already be among us, unbeknownst to us.
There is the famous Fermi paradox. That is, if there are extraterrestrial beings out there, then where are they? Well, take a look at this. Let's say we have an anthill in the middle of a forest. And right next to the anthill, they're building a 10-lane superhighway. And the question is, would the ants be able to communicate or understand what a 10-lane superhighway is? Would the ants be able to understand the technology, the intentions of beings building a 10-lane superhighway right next to the ants? Let's say, however, you go down to the ants and you say to the ants, I bring you trinkets, I bring you beads, I bring you knowledge, I bring you nuclear energy, I bring you DNA technology, I bring you utopia, take me to your leader. Is that what you say when you bump into ants? No. Most people simply step on a few of them. Now, if we are really a type 0 civilization, and beings of a type 3 civilization can soar across hyperspace, they are perhaps millions of years more advanced than us. The distance between us and ants would be the same comparable distance between type 3 and a type 0 civilization. In other words, we are so arrogant, we're so conceited that we say they must visit us. We're so important that they're going to interrupt all their business just to come to us and give us a little bit of super technology. I don't think so. Again, ants looking at a 10-lane superhighway, they would first of all not even know what a highway is. They would not be able to detect the presence of a highway, understand their communications. And even if they did, would the ants say, why don't they visit us? Why don't they come and bring us this fantastic technology of ours? Подобные рассуждения просто смешные.
Other than the question of perception, scientists point to physics-related problems to disprove the theory that we are being visited by extraterrestrials. Their main argument, of course, is the expansive distances that separate the stars, which seem at first glance uncrossable, even traveling close to the speed of light.
In physics, we have something called the giggle factor. That is, anyone talking about UFOs will find themselves drummed out of the scientific community. UFO research is a third rail of science. Any scientist who dares touch UFO research finds their scientific career electrocuted. However, I think we have to look at the long-term perspective. Many scientists say the stars are so far away, hundreds, thousands of light years away, that any intelligent being would take thousands of years to reach the Earth, making it impractical. I think that's a mistake, because we assume that these extraterrestrial beings are only 100, 200 years more advanced than us. Then that's a problem. Einstein said the speed of light is the ultimate speed limit. You cannot go faster than the speed of light. That's Einstein's special theory of relativity. But you see, we have to go beyond Einstein. We have to go to the general theory of relativity, where it is possible, we think, that you might be able to go faster than the speed of light. And even beyond that, to the quantum theory, to the unified field theory, in which all bets are off. So I think that the fundamental mistake that many scientists make is that they assume that extraterrestrial beings are only 100, 200 years beyond our civilization, not thousands, millions of years beyond ours.
What if extraterrestrials do not come from another planet, but rather from another dimension that we are unaware of? A sort of parallel universe out of our grasp. 5 years ago, such a concept would have been considered ludicrous. However, with the discovery of quantum physics, our vision of the universe is changing.
When I was a child, I used to go to the Japanese tea garden in San Francisco, and I used to look at the fish, the carp swimming in a shallow pond. I used to go down and look at the fish and wonder what would it be like to live in two dimensions. These fish could only move forward, backward, left, and right. And I imagined what a strange universe it must be. The concept of up into the third dimension was alien to them. I could put my nose right next to the fish, and they would never know that there was something called hyperspace. Today, many physicists believe that we are the fish. We move forward, backward, left, right, up, down, and we say that's all there is. What you see is what there is. However, we now believe that there is a theory of everything that will allow us to, quote, read the mind of God, as Albert Einstein would fondly say. We think that there is a higher theory, called M theory, that exists in 11 dimensions, dimensions where we have strings and membranes that pulsate. And we now believe that our universe is nothing but a tiny bubble floating in a much larger hyperspace. In other words, cosmologists don't really believe in a universe anymore. We believe in a multiverse, a megaverse of bubbles that are constantly springing into existence, expanding like in a Big Bang. So in other words, our universe may coexist in an ocean of other universes. Now, 5-10 years ago, this notion was considered bizarre, science fiction. Not anymore. In the last 5 years, the data is almost conclusive. We have something called inflation. The fact that the universe expanded in many stages, one an extremely rapid stage of expansion. The only way to explain this rapid expansion is to assume that our universe is a bubble, coexisting with other bubbles in a multiverse, in a megaverse of universes.
Just one universe among so many others. It sounds like science fiction, but over the past few years, new discoveries have greatly reduced the gap between science and science fiction. Scottish genetic engineers cloned Dolly the sheep. American, British, and Dutch researchers succeeded in teleporting a photon, which is a particle of light. Obviously, we are still a long ways away from the famous Star Trek line, "Beam me up, Scotty." But we're already taking steps towards the teleportation imagined by Gene Roddenberry. What does the future hold? What will science be like in the year 3000? What might be the science of a civilization 100,000 years more technologically advanced than we are?
On Star Trek and many science fiction movies, we see an emerging Type 2 civilization. The Federation of Planets is Type 2. They have colonized a small fraction of our galaxy. However, they live in fear of a Type 3 civilization on their program called the Borg. The Borg are a genuine Type 3 civilization. They are galactic. They go between star systems within the galaxy itself. We physicists have looked carefully for Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 civilizations in outer space. For example, a Type 2 civilization may have what is called a Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere encapsulates an entire star. They are able to use the entire energy output of a star, which in turn is about 10 billion times the energy that is contained within a planetary civilization, a Type 1 civilization. We've looked for them. Even if they try to cloak themselves and hide themselves, they must obey the second law of thermodynamics. They must emit waste heat. In the infrared, we've looked for them. We've looked for the infrared signature of Dyson spheres in outer space. Unfortunately, at the present time, we have found no evidence of Type 1, Type 2, or Type 3 civilizations. But we physicists, when we look at outer space, we don't look for little green men. We look for civilizations on the basis of energy. Energy hundreds, thousands, millions of years ahead of ours. A Type 1 civilization is about 100 to 200 years ahead of ours. You can already see the beginning of it. Интернет — прообраз коммуникации грядущей цивилизации первого типа. Европейский Союз — признак экономики планетарной цивилизации. Английский язык — язык цивилизации, который мы когда-нибудь ставим. Цивилизация второго типа опередила нас на 5-10 тысяч лет. Даже просто развиваясь во времени, через 10 тысяч лет, они увеличат свои возможности по добыче энергии в 10 тысяч раз. Что же касается цивилизации третьего типа, то она опередила нас на сотни тысяч, возможно, на миллионы лет. Этими данными я хочу лишь подчеркнуть, что многие ученые допускают досадную ошибку. Они пытаются оценить возможности других цивилизаций с точки зрения нулевой цивилизации, каковой мы в настоящее время являемся. При этом мы полагаем, что инопланетяне — это та же нулевая цивилизация, возможно, чуть более развитая. Однако, как только цивилизация достигает третьего уровня, она получает доступ к недоступным нам источникам постоянной энергии. Постоянная энергия — это огромное количество электронов. Представьте цифру с 19 нулями. Такая энергия по мощности в квадриллион раз превосходит современные земные энергетические ресурсы. При наличии подобной энергии можно управлять временем, можно пробить дыру в пространстве и выйти в 11-е измерение.
Recently, a few astrophysicists proposed the idea of wormholes to explain the problem of crossing huge interstellar distances. In theory, these wormholes are like tunnels that allow passage from point A in the universe to point B using a shortcut. They are a pathway for interstellar travelers.
In Einstein's general theory of relativity, space-time is like a fabric, like a sheet of paper. And Einstein himself realized that perhaps the sheet of paper can fold on itself and give us a shortcut through space and time. In other words, take a sheet of paper. We all know that if I take 2 points, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. However, we now know that's not true. The shortest distance between 2 points is a wormhole. That is, if you can rip the fabric of space and time, you could take a shortcut, like a subway ride through space and time. Now, Einstein realized this. We call them Einstein-Rosen bridges, bridges between 2 points in space and time. Most people know this as Alice's looking glass. Through the looking glass, Alice was faced with a mirror. She put her hand through the mirror, and her hand went to the other side of Wonderland. In Einstein's equations, we have many solutions, in fact, hundreds of solutions, in which we have Einstein-Rosen bridges. For example, take a look at a black hole. If I have a spinning black hole, the black hole does not collapse to a dot. It collapses to a ring of neutrons. This ring of neutrons forms the frame of Alice's looking glass. If you fall in between the ring, through the ring, then your hand may in fact go to the other side of the universe. Now, there are problems involved with wormholes. The main problem is stability. We're not sure if they're stable. We have to go to a quantum theory to calculate whether or not you could really make a journey through the black hole itself. However, I should point out that astrophysicists have now discovered about 30 black holes in outer space. All of them are spinning very rapidly, about 1 million miles an hour. And we do think that perhaps at the very center, there is a ring of neutrons, such that perhaps at the very center, if you go through the bullseye, you may go to perhaps another universe.
Are we being visited by aliens? According to the most recent statistics, close to 1 out of 2 Americans think so. If UFOs are linked to these visits from outer space, we can only marvel at their incredible discretion. History has shown that when two societies meet that are too far apart on the technological scale, chaos ensues to the detriment of the more primitive society.
Arthur C. Clarke once said, whether intelligent life exists in outer space or whether it doesn't exist in outer space, either thought is frightening. If we are the only ones in the universe with intelligence, it's frightening because we're alone. However, if we're not the only intelligent species on Earth, then we are also frightened because we wonder about their intentions. Think about what happened when Cortez met Montezuma in Mexico City. The Aztecs
Местные
were
жители,
perhaps
ацтеки,
500,
отстали от
perhaps
Запада на 500,
1,000
а то и на
years
1000 лет.
behind the technology of the West. Cortez
Сила
had
была явно
gunpowder
на стороне
borrowed from
Кортеса.
the
У него были
Chinese.
лошади, у
He
него
had
были
horses.
технологии.
He had a
Древняя
technology
цивилизация ацтеков
centuries,
существовала,
perhaps
возможно,
1,000
10
years more
тысяч лет,
advanced than the
возможно, со
Aztecs.
времен ледникового
The Aztec
периода. И
civilization,
эта
which
цивилизация была
lasted perhaps
полностью
10,000
уничтожена за
years
какие-то
since the last
несколько
ice
месяцев.
age, collapsed in just a few months. That's what happens when
Вот что
two
происходит, когда
civilizations
встречаются две
encounter each other,
цивилизации, одна из
when one
которых намного
civilization is more
превосходит другую
advanced by
в
perhaps a few
технологическом
centuries,
развитии.
but has malevolent designs. I think
Я
that if
полагаю,
a
что цивилизация,
civilization
которая
that
обогнала
advanced,
нашу в своем
millions of
развитии
years
на миллионы
advanced,
лет,
more advanced
уделит
than
нам
ours, were
внимание
to
не
meet
больше,
ours,
чем мы уделяем
perhaps
муравьям.
we would
Вспомните
be
ситуацию с
ants to
муравейником
them.
и шоссе.
If a 10-lane
Предположим, что
superhighway
муравейник
being
находится
built
прямо на
next
пути
door and there was an
строителей.
anthill
Станут ли они
next
долго
to it,
размышлять, что с ним делать?
what would the
Ничего
construction crew
подобного.
do?
Они без
They
сожаления
wouldn't even
сметут
give it a
муравейник
thought.
с
They
лица
would
земли.
simply pave the anthill away. My personal point
Лично
of
я
view
считаю,
is
другие
they're
цивилизации
out there.
существуют.
In fact, many of my
Многие
friends
мои
also
коллеги и
believe
друзья
they're
разделяют
out
мою
there.
уверенность.
What
Мы
divides
расходимся
us
лишь в
is the
одном.
question of whether or
Способны
not
ли
they can reach
представители
us,
инопланетной
whether or not they
цивилизации
can
прибыть
sail
на Землю,
across
преодолев
millions of
миллионы
light years
световых лет,
between different
разделяющих
galaxies
галактики
and
и
star
звездные
systems?
системы?
However, most physicists
Уверяю
believe
вас,
in their heart of
большинство
hearts, yes,
профессиональных
they're
физиков
probably out
верит
there.
в существование
And when they do
внеземных
encounter us,
цивилизаций.
I hope
Надеюсь,
that
что
when the
когда наша
encounter is
встреча все же
made, an
произойдет,
encounter of the third
если такое
kind,
произойдет,
that they are
это будут
benevolent,
представители
that
цивилизации
they are
третьего
type
типа,
3,
цивилизации
they are
добра,
beyond
далеко превосходящие
planetary.
в своем развитии
At the present
планетарную
time, we are
цивилизацию.
type
Мы
0.
же относимся к
We have
цивилизации
all the
нулевого типа.
sectarian,
Все ее
fundamentalist,
характеристики явно
racial
представлены в нашей
hatreds
действительности.
coming from the
Расизм,
swamp. We are just
фундаментализм,
barely out of
нацизм,
the swamp
сектантство.
with all the
По сути, мы
savagery
дикари,
of the swamp.
только что
By
вышедшие
the
из
time we're
леса.
type 1,
Но
we
когда-нибудь
will
мы
become
станем
interesting,
планетарной цивилизацией в
civilized, a
полном смысле этого
planetary
слова.
civilization,
Цивилизацией,
capable of
способной
working out
сглаживать
their
любые
differences,
общественные
capable of being
конфликты.
able to work out
Цивилизацией, наделенной
sectarian and
терпимостью к
nationalistic
инакомыслящим.
regional differences. By the time they are
А теперь
type
представьте
3,
себе цивилизацию третьего
they will have
типа.
had perhaps
У
a
них был
million
миллион лет
years
на то, чтобы
in which to
справиться со
sort
своей
out all their
склонностью к агрессии.
aggressive tendencies. So I think that if we
Потому
do
я искренне
encounter
надеюсь, что встреча
a
землян
type
с
3
цивилизацией
civilization in
третьего
outer
типа
space,
будет
it
разительно
won't be like
отличаться
the
от встречи
encounter
Кортеса и
between Cortez
Монтезума.
and Montezuma. Perhaps they will be
Возможно, они
benevolent.
будут
Perhaps
доброжелательно
they will
настроены к
see
нам, считая, что
intelligent life
разумные
forms
формы
as
жизни,
precious.
самая
The most
драгоценная вещь во
precious commodity
Вселенной.
in the
Разум и
universe
добро
is
будут
consciousness
править
and
этим
intelligence.
новым миром.
If extraterrestrial beings are visiting us, what do they want? What interest could they possibly have in a civilization as primitive as ours? Nowadays, quantum physics is showing us a universe that is much more complex and dynamic than we thought. We no longer speak of a single universe, but rather multiple universes. The speed of light is no longer an absolute value. It is a simple variable in an equation that is constantly changing. Scientists who have been discrediting UFO reports under the pretext that alien visits are nothing more than a dream must now re-examine their arguments. While the data gathered to date on UFOs does not conclusively support the theory of extraterrestrial visits more than any other theory, science has not managed to exclude this possibility either.
We're aware that interstellar visits would require tools and means far beyond any technology that we have here on Earth. We would have to examine quantum physics, reformulate the theory of general relativity, and consider the possibility of traveling faster than the speed of light. All of that is reasonable. I'm certainly not going to sit here and tell you that science has gone as far as it can go, that in 100 years or 1,000 years we won't know much more than we do now. So it's just a question of means. I think that if a civilization continues to survive and to develop over a long period of time, it will eventually discover the means of interstellar travel. The question is, do many civilizations exist? And do they have enough wisdom to continue to survive long enough to reach this point? Earth has already launched 2 Voyager probes, which are now outside of our solar system. And over the next tens of thousands of years, they'll be reaching stars other than our sun. we're capable of sending out a small plaque with a drawing of a man and woman on it saying, "Hi, we're here." Will it end up in the right place? It's doubtful. There's a very small probability of it happening. We're still not ready to build crafts capable of carrying an entire ecosystem on board for interstellar travel. Trips such as those would require extreme speeds, which we're thousands of years away from achieving. The ship would need to have an entire ecosystem, including agriculture. It would be a bit like putting Montreal Island into orbit, with its entire population, which would continue to reproduce. We're not there yet, but we might be someday. If we're still a viable civilization in 10,000 years, in human and technological terms, then why not?
It was October 30th, 1938, just past 8 o'clock at night. CBS Radio interrupted its regular programming to announce that a strange flying machine had crashed at Grover's Mill, New Jersey.
Дамы и господа, мы прерываем нашу музыкальную программу, чтобы сообщить вам важную новость. Наши корреспонденты сообщают, что сегодня в 8:30 вечера в районе Гроверс Милл, на ферме, расположенной в 30 километрах от Нью-Йорка, был замечен огромный светящийся объект. Специалисты полагают, что это было падение метеорита. А теперь мы продолжим нашу программу. Далее вы услышите новую песню всеми любимого Фрэнка Синатры.
Moments later, came the announcement that people approaching the object had been struck down by a mysterious death ray. The invasion had begun. Armed with their incredible war machines, these Martian invaders were destroying everything in their path. There would be no stopping this army. It would take the Martian invaders no longer than an hour to conquer the entire world. And the mastermind behind this devastating attack was the theatrical genius, Orson Welles.
Дамы и господа, мы не можем продолжать нашу программу в связи с ужасными событиями, происходящими в районе Гроверс Милл. Научный взгляд на таинственный феномен НЛО. Попытка разобраться в необъяснимых на сегодняшний день явлениях.
Since the early days of unidentified flying objects, or UFOs, many people have wondered about the true origin of these sightings. Could UFOs be a sign of external forces, or does their mystique have a more sociological origin? How is it that UFOs have changed over the past 50 years, from classic flying saucers to ominous black triangles? The changes in stories of alien encounters are even stronger proof of this evolution. Just a half-century ago, aliens looked more like goblins in spacesuits than small people with big bug eyes. How can we explain this change in the way they look?
In the last 50 years, there has been a noticeable evolution in UFO phenomena. In the early 1950s, you had your basic flying saucer that had a tendency to break down from time to time, like your trusty old Ford. Braver aliens would stop and ask to borrow a screwdriver to repair their ship. The next big trends were alien abductions and encounters with humanoids. Then, in the early 1990s, there were waves of triangle sightings. It seems that there has been an evolution in UFOs and aliens.
In actual fact, this evolution has a familiar ring to it, since aliens have evolved in science fiction as well.
In 1978, Bertrand Meilland, a philosopher by trade, published a book that essentially revolutionized the way we think about UFOs, called Science-Fiction et Secours Volants, literally science fiction and flying saucers. In it, he made a connection between UFOs and science fiction that apparently no one else had thought of. He compared flying saucer stories from after 1947 with popular science fiction stories prior to 1947. He found many interesting similarities, such as saucer-shaped objects, beams of light, small aliens with big heads, and abductions. It was all there in science fiction. How do we explain such a coincidence? The most obvious answer is that people who report UFO sightings must be avid readers of science fiction, case closed. But Meilland contended from the start that the answer is not as simple as that. He presented a number of different hypotheses to explain the phenomenon, but the similarities between the two just kept on growing over time. More recently, Michel Merget, an authority on the history of science fiction, suggested that people who see UFOs are a bit like science fiction writers. Their stories, which are at least partly fictional, are based on ideas that they have already been exposed to. They are a product of their culture.
Sites étaient quand même plus ou moins artificiels. Donc tout ça était une création culturelle.
Proponents of this psychological theory were quick to adopt Michel Merget's book, Alien Abduction, published in 1995, over Bertrand Meilland's earlier works.
What I was trying to accomplish with that book was to put my observations down on paper. The history of UFOs began in 1947. Books on UFOs had existed for 20 years before that, which meant that American readers were already familiar with the concepts of disc-shaped crafts, flying saucers, and small pilots with big heads, small pilots who abduct people. It was all there in American science fiction magazines, so it could be said that these alien stories were all simply based on these fictional models. For example, science fiction introduced the idea of men in black, who are now a well-known phenomenon in UFO circles. They're often suspected of being aliens in disguise who visit and harass UFO witnesses. As early as 1930, a document by Fortean Edmund Hamilton described one of these beings disguised as a human going around abducting or killing people because they knew too much. You get the general idea. So you see, there are distinct correlations between American fiction of the 1920s and 30s and UFO stories reported later on. That being said, there's no way of knowing precisely how the transference occurred. It would take a highly specialized sociological study that, for all intents and purposes, would be next to impossible to conduct today.
So to what extent could aliens in science fiction have actually influenced the accounts of UFO sightings? Do people subconsciously draw on science fiction folklore to embellish their stories? Or do they really experience what they claim? Some extraordinary technological advances were made at the end of the 19th century, including the telephone, gramophone, diesel engine, X-rays, and the radio. In 1886, Jules Verne wrote Robert the Conqueror, a novel in which the hero travels the world in an amazing flying machine, a cross between a boat and a blimp. At about the same time, strange objects began to appear in the sky over the United States. It was the dawn of airships, flying machines that looked more like dirigibles than spaceships. While some people saw this coincidence as an uncanny parallel to science fiction, others saw it differently.
When discussing the influence of science fiction on UFO sightings, people will often bring up the wave of airships over the United States in 1897. During the Great Airship, as it was known, one or more objects were seen flying over the country. Some people even claim to have met the occupants. Rationalists pointed to Robert the Conqueror and other futuristic novels, as sci-fi novels were known back then, saying that they had influenced journalists to create these tall tales, which was probably true in some cases. But literature wasn't the main cause of the wave. There was just something in the air at the time. Patents were being issued for inventions that bore a striking resemblance to the strange flying machines of the day. Machines made with Victorian technology, not just nuts and bolts, but heavy-duty hardware. These were machines that should not have been able to fly at all. Still, people claim to have seen giant steel cylinders with paddle wheels flying in the skies. Very strange indeed. We need to consider the possibility that people really did see these older UFOs. This is a subject that has always been of great interest to me, because these sightings occurred before 1947. Before man had begun to fly, before the invention of any aviation technology. And I guess it's entirely possible that people found old pictures from that era and touched them up, claiming that they showed what was seen in the sky at the time. Maybe that's how we ended up with those pictures of flying cigars or hovering discs taken from unusual angles.
So were these stories made up or just a sign of the times? The debate continues. There are countless examples, starting with the so-called abduction of Betty and Barney Hill in 1961. In her account, given mostly under hypnosis, Betty Hill reported that she had undergone a pregnancy test that involved inserting a long needle into her navel. There is a scene that is practically identical in Invaders from Mars, a science fiction movie that came out in 1953, 8 years before the Hill ordeal. In addition to the pregnancy test, Invaders from Mars also depicted extraterrestrials using radio transmitter implants to control the minds of their victims. There was no mention of implants in UFO stories from the 1940s and 50s, but they became incredibly popular during the 1980s. Can we just chalk up these abduction stories to the influence of science fiction in the media? Could it be that some abductions are genuine, while others are imaginary?
I guess you could say that the issue here is whether some abductions are authentic and some are just hoaxes and delusions. We live in a world of mass culture. If we're European or Canadian, we are very influenced by American mass culture. Let's not forget that thousands of stories have been influencing people since the 1920s and 30s. Plus, there were all those sci-fi movies from the 1950s depicting alien invasions. Even American cartoons featured aliens. That's a lot of exposure to the idea of aliens. And I think that people's minds just got saturated. To put it in visual terms, it's like we're living in a big fish tank, so it seems to me that it must be difficult to distinguish between a fake abduction and a genuine one. I think that as soon as potential scenarios are presented, that's good enough for me personally.
It may not be as simple as that. While some people attach a deep significance to these connections, others see them as mere coincidences.
There is no doubt in my mind that the witnesses experienced the events as real. You see, for the most part, they're just honest people, giving their version of something they really think happened to them. They believe that their interpretation is the honest-to-God truth. Their stories are not pure fiction, although there are definite similarities between the accounts they give and some elements of science fiction. But then again, you can find pretty much everything in science fiction. What I find interesting, and what, in my opinion, theorists like Michel Murger have not been able to fully explain, is why science fiction only influences certain aspects of witness accounts. Why are descriptions of aliens always the same in every story? Why is it that the bug-eyed monsters of 1930s science fiction have caught on, but not any other space monsters? Why doesn't anyone ever see little green men? Why do aliens perform the exact same tests every time? These types of questions are fundamental, but neither school of thought has been able to answer them yet.
Curiously enough, the theory that UFOs originated in science fiction was most popular in Europe. and particularly in France. The science fiction community is a lot like the ufology community. Science fiction isn't considered total trash, but then again, it certainly isn't considered in the same league as classic literature or film. The science fiction community has the same problem gaining recognition as the ufology community. Somewhere along the way, science fiction writers came to be known as myth makers, a role they were all too pleased to assume. But this seemed to occur only in Europe. For some reason, it never made its way across the ocean to the United States, where sci-fi writers never talk about that theory.
As a matter of fact, even though the United States is quite large, science fiction magazines were not really as popular as Michel Murger would lead us to believe. In order for us to believe that they were the original source of myths, they would have had to have been extremely popular, which has not been proven.
You have to consider that in the 1920s and 30s, especially in the US, there were entire commissions in charge of protecting the youth from violence, or aliens, or anything else that might give them nightmares. In all likelihood, it was just another form of censorship. In other words, it was thought to be in their youth's best interest to keep them from being exposed to those magazines. I suppose that this may partly explain their lack of popularity during that period. And it's also important to remember that there were major differences between the literature aimed at youth and the literature aimed at adults back then.
Long before there were reports of UFO landing, aliens had infiltrated society through science fiction. Today, some people credit science fiction with having created part of our UFO knowledge base, specifically with regards to alien abductions. But still, the sci-fi culture remains on the fringes of society. Is it possible that this culture could have been responsible for one of the most surprising phenomena of the 20th century? Just as UFO literature took ideas from science fiction, likewise, science fiction took ideas from UFO literature. Series like The X-Files and movies like Close Encounters of the Third Kind borrowed extensively from UFO literature. It boils down to the age-old debate of the chicken and the egg.
If we look back at when aliens first began to appear in science fiction, one of the first things that comes to mind is H.G. Wells' novel The War of the Worlds, written in 1898. In that book, aliens invaded London, England. But there was no widespread alien invasion in literature at the time. It would still be a few more years before they would really become popular. It wasn't until around the mid-1920s or perhaps early 1930s that pulp magazines began to appear on magazine stands throughout America. That's when people's imaginations really started to take off. It was relatively easy to get stories published in those magazines. Aliens at that time were invaders, or big ugly creatures out to harm humans. In futuristic novels, on the other hand, they were portrayed as travelers and explorers. That's when the whole phenomenon really began to develop. There were the inventions at the turn of the century, plus the industrial and technological revolutions. Authors back then had far-fetched ideas, although reality seeped in now and then. Seeds were being planted for the television, the laser, and the whole telecommunications industry. In the beginning, aliens didn't have much in the way of a personality. They were just big, ugly monsters. Then eventually, in the 1940s and 50s, they began to evolve, with writer Philippe Joseph Armer, who tried to portray them as having a personality. He also tried to portray intergalactic relations between Earthlings and extraterrestrials. So basically, that was how aliens and UFOs evolved early in the 20th century. Then along came the comic books, which introduced us to the most famous extraterrestrial of all, Superman, protector of the human race. Superheroes are a whole other aspect of aliens that we mustn't forget.
In the United States, science fiction appeared primarily in cheap magazines, known as pulp magazines, or pulps for short.
The first one to become popular was Argosy, which came out in 1896. But the real wave of pop popularity was between 1923 and 1926. They were around for about half of the 1920s. The first one that was really of the science fiction genre was written by Hugo Gernsback, a Luxembourg immigrant living in the United States. He was a big fan of technology, which he used as material for his first sci-fi pop magazine called Amazing Stories. He also created a fantasy series called Weird Tales. What followed was that most, if not all, well-known American science fiction writers ended up contributing stories to pulp magazines, which earned their name from the poor quality of the paper that they were printed on. You could still see bits of pulp in the paper itself. This is where the space operas originated. There were grandiose stories about invasions and valiant heroes who stopped them. Heroes like Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, and Doc Savage. Not only did they have their own pulp magazines, but they also appeared in other series as well. They fended off evil invaders who were threatening to oppress smaller territories and planets. They were simple adventure stories, nothing more. The most exotic thing about them was probably the costumes and the appearance of the characters. The pulp's heyday was really in the 1930s, but it all came to an end in the early 1950s, with the advent of television and drive-in movie theaters, along with new technology and media. At that point, science fiction moved more into paperback novels, and pulp magazines virtually disappeared. Still, they are an important part of the legacy of science fiction literature, because they were more or less where it all began, and everyone was involved in them. Later on, sci-fi buffs got together and founded fan clubs all over the world, which in some ways paralleled the pulp magazines. They carried on the tradition of science fiction and kept the big-name authors on the cultural radar.
In the wake of World War II, science fiction gained a new audience through movies and television. Flying saucers could be seen in theaters throughout America, just when it was too worried about a Soviet invasion to be concerned about a Martian one. All that really mattered was that these visitors from outer space were a moneymaker.
Pulps basically fell off the face of the earth in the 1950s, when they were replaced with television and movies. There were a few juvenile TV shows like Space Rangers, but basically movies played a bigger role in teaching the public about aliens. In previous decades, things had been more subtle. There had been more mad scientists and vampires. Then in the 1950s, we had these big Hollywood productions like Forbidden Planet and The Thing that really tried to depict first contact between humans and aliens. These movies were a disaster. Aliens were either totally misunderstood or they were portrayed as some kind of a threat. Directors came up with all kinds of characters, scenarios, and planets. Television also picked up on the trend. Countless series came out, especially Saturday morning cartoons like Space Ghost. The movie industry found that it could make a profit from movies about aliens. So directors began cranking out a whole series of low-budget films. A lot of studios figured that they could make a quick buck out of the alien fad, so they started working with plastic models of aliens. It soon became a global trend, popping up in Italy, Japan, everywhere. There weren't too many movies trying to make a statement, with the possible exception of a few American films in the early 1950s.
The influence of science fiction can also be seen in the messages received by contactees in the 1950s. In The Day the Earth Stood Still, Klaatu, an alien played by Michael Rennie, claimed that he had come to warn man against his aggressive ways. Less than a year later, a man named George Adamski revealed that an alien from the planet Venus had come to him to warn him about humanity's hostile tendencies. Just like Adamski's claims, science fiction movies began to reflect the concerns of society at the time.
There is a kind of symbolism in science fiction if you look at the way films have evolved over the years. For instance, in the 1950s, there were a lot of movies about invasions that paralleled the social climate of that decade. Think back to the McCarthy era and all the witch hunts. Communism was rampant. It was all about rooting out the Reds. That's why the planet Mars, the Red Planet, was often used to represent the enemy. Red Planet, Red Army, they were all the same during the Cold War. Political tensions were starting to subside by the time Star Trek came on the scene. And Star Trek's mission and message were much more peaceful. The show reflected the political climate. People were watching what was happening in Vietnam and what was going on in Iran with Ayatollah Khomeini. So there have always been trends that follow the world political situation. Then along came E.T. in 1982, and all of a sudden aliens could be funny. There were TV shows with aliens on them, like that furry little guy Alf, who was taken in by an Earth family. There were other shows like it as well. Media have always shifted in cycles. Today we have both good aliens and bad aliens. The same thing goes for vampires. It's just a big cycle. And it all depends on the social conditions of the time.
In hindsight, it's much easier to spot the connections, like in the case of Adamski's visitor from Venus, and the alien in the day the Earth stood still, or the implants that so-called abductees talk about, and the devices used in invaders from Mars. But is this enough to claim that a phenomenon as complicated as UFOs is the direct result of aliens appearing in the media?
It seems a little far-fetched to me, because unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because I'm a big fan of science fiction literature myself, it simply isn't all that important in the great scheme of things. In 1947, there was only American sci-fi that was known worldwide, and it wasn't that popular even in the United States. Science fiction magazine sales were 10 to 20 times lower than adventure and Western magazines. Movies weren't around yet. Sci-fi literature was generally geared towards juvenile adolescents and comic book readers. It never reached the same mythical proportions as the Western did in America. It's just not logical that it would have created a myth that suddenly swept through the country. If it had been something out of a Western, that might have made a little more sense. Science fiction crept gradually into society. You could see it in the movies of the 1950s and 60s, where there were a lot of flying saucers. Industry was just following popular trends. If UFOs hadn't been so popular, they wouldn't have appeared on the silver screen. There were few, if any, screenplays that depicted UFO sightings as they were reported. The basic plot line stayed the same, but flying saucers were added for theatrics.
Earth versus the Flying Saucers is a classic example of Hollywood theatrics loosely reflecting reality. Filmed in 1956, this movie depicted aliens attacking Washington, D.C., and destroying the Washington Monument and the dome of the Capitol building. The film came out 4 years after the famous Washington Carousel incident. In July 1952, UFOs were seen flying over the nation's capital. This event received more media coverage than any other in UFO history. The closing scene of the movie was obviously inspired by the events of 1952. Yet another example of art imitating life. The truth is that the psychological theory is nothing more than a caricature of real UFO incidents. Some say that Betty Hill was merely influenced by the movie Invaders from Mars. If that's so, then what about the radar echoes? On the night the couple claims to have been abducted, 2 unidentified radar echoes were reported for the same time and sector as those described by the Hills. It's plausible that the Hills were influenced by science fiction, but it's a lot harder to believe that military radar could have been. Proponents of the psychosocial theory ignore any physical evidence, choosing to speak of UFOs only in terms of apparitions. They also believe that witnesses are so impressionable that it's next to impossible to find any objective evidence in their story. In their minds, simply showing a science fiction movie might be enough to set off a rash of UFO sightings. For investigators in the field, however, this is just not true.
Mais il semblerait effectivement que les témoignages dans le passé...
It seems that there were a lot more UFO sightings reported in the past than there are these days. The 1970s are a perfect example, because there were a great deal more sightings per year throughout that decade. To give you a better idea of what that means, today we get about 50 sightings reported every year. Back in the 70s, we were getting well over 100 sightings every year. Specifically, there were a lot of reports classified under Category D, events that remained unexplained given the data provided in the account. Basically, there are no conclusive findings in all of this. Some people have tried to claim that when movies appear like E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, or more recently Independence Day and Mars Attack, the number of UFO sightings increases. That's just not true. Statistics show that there is no correlation whatsoever between movies or television shows about aliens and the number of UFO sightings reported. In actual fact, what happens most of the time is that a person comes face to face with something that they do not understand, and they contact the police in the hopes of getting an answer to the mystery. Of all the sightings that are reported, practically none of them turn out to be a hoax. I would say maybe one hoax per 1,000 cases reported.
Ce que représente le canular dans tous ces témoignages, ça ne représente pratiquement zéro. On a peut-être 1 pour 1000 de canulars par rapport à l'ensemble des témoignages qui ont été recueillis.
And the influence of sci-fi on witness accounts appears to be much less significant than supporters of the psychosocial theory would have us believe.
Là aussi, quand on étudie scrupuleusement les témoignages, on s'aperçoit...
When you thoroughly examine UFO accounts, you can see that science fiction literature has no direct influence on them. You can tell that these people truly want to know more about something that they experienced or saw, but which somehow eludes them. It's pretty easy to notice when a person is intentionally trying to inject their own beliefs into their account. In my opinion, these accounts are something spontaneous that results from self-questioning.
Je dirais, est quelque chose de spontané qui reflète un état d'interrogation.
Of course, there's always the possibility that the media is promoting a much less noble cause. While some people see the media as creators of myths, others think the opposite. In their view, which borders on paranoia, the film industry is controlled by authorities who want to use science fiction movies to prepare the population for the terrifying reality of alien contact. At least that's what a lot of conspiracy theorists tend to believe. According to them, this is what the powers that be need to do in order to prevent a war of the worlds. On October 30th, 1938, the Mercury Theater Company gathered in the studios of the Columbia Broadcasting System, or CBS as it's known in New York, to broadcast an adaptation of H.G. Wells' novel, The War of the Worlds. Published in 1898, the novel described Mars' invasion of Earth. Overseeing the production was 23-year-old Orson Welles. In his adaptation, Wells changed the story into a series of news flashes, inspired in part by Herb Morrison, a journalist who had reported live on the Hindenburg disaster 1 year earlier.
I can't talk to people.
Осторожно.
They're out there.
О боже!
I can't talk, ladies and gentlemen.
On est en 1138.
Let's go back to 1938. We need to remember the climate of the time. For starters, there had been the stock market crash in 1929. World War I had ended fairly recently, and there were rumors of another war brewing in Europe. Amidst all this, Wells decided to stage a Martian landing on Earth. The story developed gradually over the course of the broadcast. So, it was Halloween night in the fall of 1938, and Orson Welles was presenting this play. It had been advertised in the newspapers a few times, and during the broadcast itself, there were 3 or 4 announcements indicating that it was only a play.
Дамы и господа, сегодня вечером состоится премьера радиопьесы Орсона Уэллса, основанной на романе «Война миров».
in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
It was set up as a sort of show within a show, appearing to be a big band music program. The music program was interrupted, saying that activity had been noticed on the planet Mars, but they weren't too sure what was happening and listeners should stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News. At 20 minutes before 8 Central Time, Professor Farrell of the Mount Jennings Observatory in Chicago, Illinois, reports observing several explosions of incandescent gas occurring at regular intervals on the planet Mars.
They continued to interrupt the music program with news flashes whenever important information came in, just like the media do now. There were around 6 million listeners, and they say that about 1/6, or a million, of those people were genuinely frightened or panicked by the show.
Теперь уже очевидно, что на Землю прилетели пришельцы с другой планеты. Хелен, пойди сюда, послушай, что говорят по радио. То, что сначала приняли за крупный метеорит, оказалось космическим кораблем пришельцев. О боже, телефон не отвечает. Попробуй еще раз. Он молчит. Так это правда? Что же теперь с нами будет?
What's important about this broadcast is that it received huge media coverage afterwards, and there were reports that people had actually gone to New Jersey to see if Martians had indeed landed in that farmer's field. So many people reacted to the show that a study was published a year or two later, referred to as the Cantrill study. In the week following the broadcast, Hadley Cantrill interviewed 4 different categories of people: those who had listened to the show and figured out that it was just a fictional story, those who had listened to the show and had to check if it was real or not. Had aliens really landed on Earth? And then there were the 2 other categories: people who tried to find out if it was real, but who continued to listen as if it was, and people who blindly assumed that it was real and made no attempts to find out for sure.
Cantrill's study, entitled The Invasion from Mars, was one of the first of its kind to focus on the influence of media on popular beliefs.
You have to understand that what Cantrill's study shows is that there were a variety of contributing factors. There were the social and political climates that I already mentioned, plus there were personal factors, such as a lack of critical thinking, which led to some people's prejudices or instincts being influenced by this group of actors. Also, depending on their level of education, some people could have been more gullible than others, or at least more personally insecure. All of these personal factors still exist in today's society. There are still people who are less secure, less informed, who listen to gossip, etc. So are we really very different today than people were back then? There are probably differences in the social and political climates now, although there are still a lot of similarities between the 2 periods. We still hear talk of war, and we still see economic problems. What has changed is the number of readily available information sources. What set this study apart was that it did not focus on the power of the media per se. Rather, it looked at the psychological, sociological, and interpersonal aspects of people's reactions. It revealed that our level of critical thinking can make a difference in whether or not we panic, and to what degree we might be influenced by the media. In other words, whether the media has enough power to make us think or do almost anything.
What Cantrill concluded in his study was proven repeatedly afterwards. An adaptation of Orson Welles' play aired twice in South America, in Santiago, Chile in 1944, and in Quito, Ecuador in 1949. In both cases, the program incited mass hysteria. In Quito, when it was learned that the show was fictional, hundreds of angry listeners set the radio station on fire. These violent reactions bolstered the argument of those who believe that the use of aliens in mass media serves an educational purpose. Those people feel that the panic experienced by radio listeners is a classic example of what would happen if the government announced tomorrow that aliens had landed on Earth.
Something that always comes up in discussions about UFOs in the media, something that dates back before UFOs were popular, is the Orson Welles production of The War of the Worlds in 1938. It set off mass hysteria. The question is, what would happen if the government said, it's true, they're here? Some say that people would react the same way today as they did back in 1938. I think that in 1938, the effects of the Welles broadcast spiraled out of control. It produced this heightened sense of panic, and there were people who honestly thought it was real because they hadn't heard the announcement that it was just a play. The fact that there were traffic jams and mass hysteria throughout the entire state of New York, well, it's as if the newspapers were in on it with CBS, the network that aired the program. Okay, so people fell for this prank in 1938, although perhaps less than we may think. It happened again in France in 1946 with Jean Nochet's Plateforme 70, except in that case, the crisis was a nuclear war instead of an alien invasion. In 1949, War of the Worlds was presented in Ecuador. When people there found out that it wasn't real, they burned down the radio station. But nowadays, with the internet, it just wouldn't be the same. Soon we'll all be at the point where we'll be getting news before it even happens. The play worked back in Wells' day, because people couldn't just pick up a phone and call Grover's Mill to find out if a Martian spaceship had really landed. These days, you just have to click on the internet and you instantly know what's real and what isn't. Not to mention the number of television channels there are now. It would be pretty impossible to pull off something like the War of the Worlds today. Then again, if the president were to appear on television today and announce that aliens had landed, obviously it would be somewhat of a shock. But it wouldn't cause mass hysteria like Orson Welles' play did. I don't see how that could happen. There's just no argument for that theory.
From the science fiction magazines of the 30s to present-day movies like Science, it's clear that a number of ideas have impacted on the collective consciousness. But the media is only one part of the equation.
Science fiction literature definitely played a role in the 20s and 30s, and science fiction is still playing a role today. Just look at the movie Signs from 2002. There's a definite interest in things that are strange, out of the ordinary. I'm not talking about everyone, but there are a lot of people that this applies to, and I don't think that will ever change. I think to some degree, there's a demand for this kind of thing. How well that demand is met is a different issue, but there's a definite fascination with it. Earlier, we spoke of the impact of Orson Welles' play on South America when it aired down there 3 years later. But we don't have to go as far as Chile or Ecuador to see how fascinated people are by aliens. In 1980, a small community station outside of Montreal announced that aliens had landed near Mont Saint-Hilaire, and some 800 people went to check it out. That was in 1980, which is not that long ago. Science fiction may not fill a vital need, but I think it fills a need that people have to fantasize. Some things that were mere fantasy back in the 1930s and 40s have become reality in the new millennium, especially in the areas of technology and transportation. There's a fine line between fact and fiction, and sometimes it's hard to tell where the line begins and where it ends.
The Cantrell studies show that the influence of the media on our beliefs is a personal matter. Even if you support the theory that authorities were trying to manipulate the population, it's a bit of a stretch to say that that alone could be enough to convince the entire population that aliens exist.
There are a lot of different influences, and for people who allow it, the mass media can become a source of influence. So when they're in line at the grocery store and they read a headline about some Hollywood celebrity being abducted by Martians, if they're already inclined to believe what's in the tabloids, and if they read a lot about aliens and so on, seeing that headline might just be proof enough for them. The media's job is to present the different issues of the day. It's up to us to figure out what's true and what isn't. Hopefully, the majority of people still have some analytical abilities and are capable of critical thinking. But given a situation where both the external and internal factors come into play, a person might experience confirmation bias and see what they want to believe.
If UFOs are nothing but a myth born out of pop culture, then whatever happened to the monsters and robots of early sci-fi novels? And if the media was just a puppet used by the government to prepare the world for the big revelation that aliens are real, then its efforts were clearly in vain. The number of people who believe in aliens is about the same today as in 1950. Studying UFOs without taking pop culture into account would be an exercise in futility. You'd have to be blind to miss the remarkable coincidences between science fiction and the field of ufology. But you'd have to be just as blind to chalk up the whole UFO phenomenon to the single explanation that it comes from pop culture. The appearance of science fiction concepts in UFO stories doesn't teach us much about the UFO phenomenon itself, but it does tell us about the witnesses and how the media influences them. The tree shouldn't stop us from seeing the forest. It's December 1965. Residents of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania have just heard that a strange object has landed in the woods outside of town, so they are heading to the crash site. They make their way carefully into the woods and are soon drawn to a glowing light emanating from the object. Up close, it looks like a bronze-colored bell. They see inscriptions on the object that look like hieroglyphics. A few hours later, the Army seals off the woods, claiming that it is a matter of national security. Where did the object come from? Could it be an alien spacecraft?
Научный взгляд на таинственный феномен НЛО. Попытка разобраться в необъяснимых на сегодняшний день явлениях.
In UFO circles, some stories have stirred such a craze that they have become part of the popular culture. Such is the case for the story of the flying saucer that crashed near Roswell, New Mexico. If it had not been for the crash, this town of 50,000 would never have become so well known. Tourists come from all over to visit Flying Saucer Central. Every July, the town celebrates the anniversary of what some people consider to be the event of the century. In early July 1947, a local rancher, Mac Brazo, discovered a lot of strange debris on his property, varying from ultralight aluminum paper to small pieces of what looked like balsam wood. A few days later, he told the town sheriff, George Wilcox, who advised the military base outside of Roswell, headquarters of the 509th Bomb Squadron, the only unit in the world with an atom bomb. That same day, Major Jesse Marcel and Captain Sheridan Cabot showed up to recover the debris. A few hours later, Colonel Blanchard, commander of the Roswell base, issued a press release stating that they had captured a flying saucer. But once the debris had been shipped off to the military base in Fort Worth, Texas, authorities retracted that statement. General Roger Ramey, commander of the 8th Air Force, stated that the debris found in Roswell was nothing more than the remnants of a weather balloon. The Roswell case was closed, at least for now.
Alors l'affaire de Roswell, très rapidement, c'est...
Well, according to the story, something fell to the ground near Roswell in July 1947.
Seule base nucléaire américaine.
Roswell was the only American nuclear base at the time, and it was believed that the object was a flying saucer.
La presse
The news was announced by the media following a press release issued by the military base.
L'affaire est démentie dans
Then the whole thing was later denied by the U.S. Army.
de l'armée américaine en disant que...
They claimed that an error had been made. The object was nothing more than a weather balloon, not one of those flying saucers that the media had been talking about for 2 weeks, following a sighting by Kenneth Arnold. The story died down until the end of the 1970s, when one of the key witnesses came forward, a Major Jesse Marcel, who had been to the Brazel Ranch to recover the wreckage from the flying saucer. He said that the whole story was true, that they really had recovered an alien spaceship in Roswell, and that the U.S. Army had been covering up the truth for 30 years. After that, other witnesses came forward, who were more or less credible. The story became known nationally, then internationally, and now it has become somewhat of a myth. Now, it's hard to tell what's fact and what's fiction, since so many false statements have been added to the mix.
Ça a une tendance à ensevelir le bon grain.
The statements made years later describe a whole different story than what was originally told to the press. According to the new version, 2 flying saucers crashed in the Roswell Desert in 1947. One exploded in the sky over the Brazel Ranch, where all the debris was found. Then the second one landed in the plains of St. Augustine. Or perhaps it was the same object that was damaged while over the Brazel Ranch, then rose again to continue on its westward path. At this second crash site, authorities supposedly recovered a spaceship that was nearly intact, as well as 4 to 6 humanoid bodies. There seem to be 2 parts to the Roswell story. On one hand, there were statements made about the debris found at the Brazel Ranch, primarily made by first-hand witnesses and at times confirmed in official documents. For instance, Major Jesse Marcel gave an interview in the late 1970s, saying that the remnants could not be torn or burned. If crumpled in a ball, they would spring back to their original shape, like mylar. Marcel also explained that before being shown to the press, the real debris was replaced by remnants of a weather balloon. On the other hand, there were statements made about recovering a spaceship and its occupants. Those were basically second- and third-hand accounts.
The most famous crash retrieval incident is the Roswell incident of 1947, and that happened just a few weeks after the Kenneth Arnold sighting, which kind of christened flying saucers as a special phenomenon. Broadly speaking, what happened, what certainly happened, is that an object, probably a disc-shaped object, crashed in the deserts in New Mexico, and in fact quite near the highly secret work that was going on, developing the atomic bomb and developing the Gorda projects and so on, White Sands, all in that area. And certainly a military unit was sent out to retrieve that disc, and that military unit came from, at that time, the only atomic bomb wing in the world, the 509th Bomb Wing. Now, when they
Когда
retrieved
военные
it and brought
обнаружили
it
упавший
back,
объект, они
there was a
выпустили
big splash
официальный
in the
пресс-релиз,
papers
в котором
because
говорили
a
о том, что
higher
нашли
official
летающую
there
тарелку.
actually released
Затем
the
их заставили
information
отказаться
that
от своего
a
заявления.
disc had
Это
been
установленный
recovered,
исторический
and
факт.
then they were forced to retract that and say that it wasn't anything so on. Now, that
В то время
certainly
в прессе
happened,
нередко появлялись
but
слухи о том,
that
что
is
где-то
not the
нашли
same as
летающую
saying
тарелку
flying
с телами
saucers with a lot of
погибших
little aliens.
инопланетян.
What then
Но это
happened
все были всего
was
лишь
that there was
слухи.
certainly a lot of
Возможно, и
mischief
в деле
going
Розуэлла
on
присутствуют такие
and we do
вымышленные
know that it was
заявления.
quite frequent with these
Довольно
sort of
сложно
emerging
разобраться, где в
radio
этой
and
истории
TV
правда, а
stations
где
in America.
мистификация.
They sort out hoax stories about discs with little bodies and all the rest of it. That was certainly a hoax. Whether Roswell had real little aliens recovered, or whether it was mixed up with the hoax, is really difficult to determine now. But when we look at the history of the way it came out, Roswell was actually not particularly, no one was interested in Roswell. Right from 1947 virtually to 1973, when Stanton Friedman started to actually bring out a lot of information about this. And he kind of put the stories together, made a pretty coherent package, which was very interesting, but which may have picked up some of the silly stories along with some of the real stories. So there's a certain amount we do know, a certain amount that's speculated, a certain amount I feel is pretty doubtful. It's been led on in the past few years. It's become very conspiracy theorist and very exaggerated in our fears and so on. So I think Roswell is probably not all people would like it to be, but it's certainly one of the real crash retrievals of something anyway in history.
I would say that there are two stories related to Roswell. One is associated with the first alleged crash site visited by Jesse Marcel, where they found strange material with properties that were extraordinary for that time period, such as aluminum paper that could not be torn, which would return to its original state after being crumpled in a ball. There were several witnesses, including Mark Brazel, the rancher who found the debris, Jesse Marcel, who recovered the debris, his wife and son, to whom he showed the wreckage before going to the base, as well as the people at the base and the sheriff of Roswell. Then there's the second story, which might be true, but which is only supported by second-hand accounts or unreliable witnesses. According to this story, there was an initial crash, and then, after hitting the ground once, the spaceship allegedly flew further and crashed again. And that's where they found the bodies in the ship. That's when the Roswell cover-up began, according to witnesses.
The Roswell crash of 1947, something that perhaps the official public world may never truly know. It is my suspicion that something not of America's technology crashed, not Soviet. You could do the math. I think that it would be something that we might call extraterrestrial, that crash at Roswell, crash or landed, whatever, something that the American military recovered. I do believe that that is the least crazy scenario. The Mogul explanation is weak, threadbare, and really nothing to hang your hat on. There is, on the other hand, a great deal of testimony from witnesses, not all of whom are crazy, not all of whom are fabricators, in my view, who describe things about that make me think it was extraterrestrial. For example, the testimony of General Arthur Exxon. Exxon at the time was an officer at Wright Airfield in Ohio. Exxon did not ever see wreckage, did not ever see dead bodies. But Exxon, who later became the commander of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, did say that immediately after the Roswell event, he heard rumors at Wright Airfield of alien bodies, and heard reports from people who analyzed the material which went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base that described it as extraordinary. I mean, in other words, why would a Mogul balloon be tested at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base? Why? Why would they be testing this material? It makes no sense. The reason I think that an alien craft did crash at Roswell is because I think that there's sufficient evidence for the rest of the UFO phenomenon, both before and after 1947.
In 1994, wanting to know more about the Roswell crash, New Mexico Republican Stephen Schiff went to see the Air Force, who politely told him that he should check with the National Archives Office. At At the National Archives, he was told that he should speak to the Air Force for information about Roswell. Tired of being treated like a ping-pong ball, Schiff went to the General Accounting Office, a sort of ombudsman for U.S. politicians, who instructed the Air Force to allow Schiff access to its archives. In July 1995, the GAO published its investigation report. Other than stating that several documents had been lost or destroyed, the report mentioned that certain documents had been found relating to secret projects that might shed light on the Roswell mystery.
When the Air Force had to reopen its files, I don't think they really knew what they would find. Because it had been so long that no one really remembered anymore. They dug into the files and discovered what UFO researchers already knew. Something had indeed landed in Roswell. It wasn't just a tale or a rumor. The question was, what exactly was it that fell? At the time of the incident, the world was still in the Cold War period, and the state's #1 enemy was not the Martians, it was the Russians. The military was using every means possible to keep track of what the Russians were doing, especially with respect to the atomic bomb. The US was leading the arms race at the time, but not for long. One of the projects designed for this purpose was the launching of sensors into the upper atmosphere to detect possible atomic bomb explosions by the Russians. The Roswell incident was supposedly linked to this project. In my opinion, a project like this would be the most likely explanation for the object that landed in Roswell. They were launching trains of balloons, several weather balloons tied together hundreds of feet long, with measuring instruments attached at the end. It was a top-secret operation. The balloons were launched into the upper atmosphere where the instruments would take their readings. Then the balloons would fall into the desert. It seems that what the rancher found on his property was nothing more than remnants of a train of balloons. He thought it was wreckage from a spaceship, but he hadn't actually seen a spaceship, just pieces of metal and assorted junk, which he brought back to the Roswell base. The Roswell base was not aware of the balloon train program being carried out by the Alamo Gordo base. When they saw the debris, they used the word flying disc, since it was a buzzword at the time, and the story took off from there.
While the GAO was preparing its report, the Air Force decided to publish its own. The Roswell report was a 1,000-page document in which flying saucers came from a strange planet named Mogul.
The first report explained the Roswell crash as the probable wreckage of a type of classified balloon known as Mogul, which was a real project, which was designed to determine when the Soviet Union would detonate its own nuclear device. This was 1947 and 48. Mogul was a highly classified project. There were Mogul balloon tests in that area, and there were crashes of Mogul balloons. The Air Force released its report in 1995 and stated its thesis.
The Air Force took the lead, publishing its first report in 1994 or 1995, admitting that they had not told the truth originally. It had not been a weather balloon. It had been a large balloon train, referred to as Mogul balloons, which were top secret at the time, used to detect Russian atomic explosions. They had not worked very well, but they were highly secret at the time. And that's why the Army had lied to the press, to hide the truth.
When the military investigated in 1995, Captain McAndrew, one of the authors of the report, discovered a program for spying on the Russians. At the time, the program was top secret, but in 1995 there was no longer any reason to keep it secret. When the Roswell incident resurfaced in the 1980s, they had forgotten about it and didn't see any reason to go digging into their archives. I think that people give the government too much credit. project, whether it be in the US, France, Canada, or some other country, when they think that the government knows everything. They don't remember what they did 30 years ago. They had to go digging, and what they found is what appears in the 1,000-page report. The report itself isn't that long. The rest is just appendices and files from that time period that they republished.
Practically two-thirds of this huge report is nothing more than technical data on the Mogul project. The report gets into the nuts and bolts, everything you could possibly want to know. After reading that report, you could practically write a thesis on the subject. This report makes us wonder how the country's top military experts working at the base at the time could have acted like General Jack Ripper from the movie Dr. Strangelove. They would have had about as much credibility if we are to believe the report released by the U.S. Air Force. The report describes its military as untrustworthy individuals, incapable of recognizing mundane technology that any farmer would know to be man-made and not alien in nature. If we look at the diagrams and photos of the Mogul project, all we see is ordinary material. The mission itself was secret, but the technology dated back to 1947, and there was nothing special about it. So the report really makes its information officers look incompetent.
Then in 1997, with uncharacteristic concern, the U.S. Air Force released a second report called Roswell, Case Closed. This report made it clear that the Army wanted to put an end to rumors of a spaceship found with bodies in it, a subject that had been overlooked in the 1995 report.
And in 1997, because the Air Force hadn't dealt with rumors of alien bodies recovered and so on, issued another report that tried to explain that. And they said that, well, the body stories are probably the result of the testing of parachute airdrop testing, in which we would drop these human-sized dummies in the ground to test airdrop. Now, those tests occurred in the 1950s. They did not occur in the 1940s. Nevertheless, this was the Air Force explanation.
Since questions were still being asked about alien bodies being discovered, which the Army had denied, they decided to explain it in the second report. They ended up explaining the second crash. After having passed off the first crash as nothing more than Mogul balloons, they brushed off the second one saying, well, those people, the witnesses, perhaps they were mistaken. Those witnesses all seem to have Alzheimer's and cannot recall the exact time of the incidents. They seem to have mixed up things that happened in the test areas around Roswell, New Mexico between 1947 and 1964. They mentioned ground testing of NASA probes that could have been mistaken for a flying saucer. It was the same for the crash test dummies. They mixed up several things that took place in the 1940s and 1950s. There were people who served as test subjects to examine the effects of plane and balloon crashes, victims of real accidents, as seen by the photo of a pilot with a bandaged head. According to the report, that's why people were so confused at the time. They were mixed up, and they invented this story of the second crash based on elements that were scattered in time and space.
As far as the Air Force was concerned, the Roswell saga had nothing to do with visitors from outer space. The alleged crash and recovery of alien bodies was nothing more than a series of military activities carried out in the Roswell Desert between 1947 and 1965. An explanation that many people find difficult to believe.
I've read the United States Air Force, the two United States Air Force reports on the Roswell incident. I think one of them entitled "The Roswell Case Closed," and I have to say, it looks pretty convincing. They've clearly made efforts to find as much information as possible about this, and I think they've done their best to put into the public domain the position as they see it, and where information is missing. I don't see that there's necessarily anything suspicious about that, because that's the way that governments and large bureaucracies work. Sometimes I lose a paper that I wrote last week, so I don't blame anyone if documents that are now over 50 years old are missing. I think it was perhaps unfortunate that there was this attempt to link the Roswell incident with the crash test dummy tests, because those, to me, the times were not even the same, and it seemed slightly irrelevant to bring that in. But, you know, perhaps they were just trying to address, to the best of their ability, the allegations about humanoid bodies. But I think that part was possibly not directly relevant.
Sur la question des trains de ballons mogul, moi...
As for the mogul balloons, I think it's pretty easy to come up with objections to that theory. First of all, it doesn't seem very likely that the commander of a military base with the atom bomb would have mistaken a mogul balloon for a flying saucer and issued a press release stating that we have captured a flying disc.
Nous avons découvert, enfin, que ce soit trompé d'abord.
A mogul balloon train consisted of 20 to 25 balloons attached to a cable. The fact remains that they were balloons, and if I do say so myself, you'd have to be pretty daft to mistake those balloons for a flying saucer. And these men were the Army's best.
Et c'était l'élite de l'armée de l'air, ces gens-là.
Secondly, there is still something strange that has never been properly explained. Having made this error, why would they go and announce it to the press, to the entire world? That seems odd. If it's true that Colonel Blanchard issued the release of his own accord, then he should have been severely disciplined. On the contrary, he led a very successful career, achieving the rank of a 4-star general. I have a problem with that. I also have a problem with one of the two people who visited the site of the debris. We know that Commander Marcel explained that the debris was extraordinary in nature, but his opinion was disputed. He was accompanied by Captain Sheridan Cavett, who worked with counter-espionage. Cavett was interrogated by the Air Force. There is even a 30-page description of the interrogation in the Air Force's huge report. They tried to convince him to say that he had seen a mogul balloon, but he absolutely refused. He would not admit that this was what he had seen. He stuck to the story that he had seen a weather balloon with its radar target. That's another strange thing that doesn't make sense, because if he didn't remember for sure, he should have gone along with them and said, yes, you're right, that must have been what I saw, a mogul balloon. The fact that he refused to say it is very interesting. Here we have two witnesses who were at the scene, and neither of which admitted to having seen the mogul balloon that they had supposedly discovered.
The reports about Roswell indicate, I mean, they were basically saying that what was recovered was not an alien in a flying saucer. I don't think anyone was shocked. I mean, the government weren't going to say anything else. If they had concluded that, they were either going to say, they were going to lie or keep very quiet. They said what one would expect them to say. I actually don't, personally, I don't think Roswell was an alien flying saucer. Indeed, I'm not. I'm on record as saying I'm not absolutely sure that's the explanation for UFO. I would like to stress I do believe UFOs are a real thing, but it doesn't have to have that explanation. So I'm not worried about the idea that Roswell was not aliens, etc. And I think the government may well have been telling the truth on that degree. What's important about those reports in 1995, the government released in 1997, also earlier reports, is that they also contained lies, and we know the government lies about UFOs. I think it lies legitimately, one might say, because it doesn't want to give out information about its intelligence gathering sources and so on. That's, I think, fair enough. I think it also lies because it's afraid of what the population can do in panic, and it feels that the population will panic on certain information. And, you know, they quote Orson Welles when he released the story of the Door of the Worlds and everyone panicked in New York and so on, all that sort of thing. And I think that governs a lot of the government's actions. Going back from those reports from Roswell right back to the CIA in 1951, they've made a very telling comment that they were interested in communication studies of UFOs. And I don't think they meant the communications of flying saucers. I think they meant the way the population deals with these stories and so on. And I think that's been a real governing theme of the governments, particularly American government, over 40 or 50 years. Is that they want not exactly to control the population, but to know that the population is not going to get out of control. So I think that report, which came actually without so much pressure, it wasn't actually pressured to come out. I think it was released partly as a way of kind of population, taking the steam off the population and so on.
The validity of that Air Force explanation, in my view, I view it as very weak. It's really only possible to argue the Air Force case, frankly, if you ignore essentially the testimony of everyone who claims to have had any knowledge of Roswell. It's a very highly selective document in terms of the evidence that it uses to make its case. And it's surprisingly weak when you look at the actual evidence that the Air Force puts forth. That evidence being that the photograph of the supposed Roswell wreckage that was in the Roswell Daily Messenger, Roswell News of 1947, looks like a mogul balloon, might have looked. Of course, that doesn't deal with the accusation of Jesse Marcel that that material wasn't the material he uncovered. The mogul explanation really rests only on that. The rest of the mogul explanation deals with when the balloon launch might have taken place. So that it's a very thin reed to rest such an argument on. My feeling is that the Air Force felt the need to deal with this issue because Roswell by 1995 had become a very significant public relations problem, something that had to be dealt with in some way. And the same thing with the 1997 report.
Although UFO groups accuse the Army of being less than thorough in finding pro-Roswell witnesses, the opposite is also true. In reading the literature that abounds on the subject, it's amazing to see the questionable witness reports that seem to have been accepted as credible by UFO researchers. Let's take Glenn Dennis, for example. In 1947, Dennis was working as an assistant at the Ballard Funeral Home in Roswell. Early in July, he allegedly received a phone call from the military asking whether he had any small body bags, like the ones used to carry children, to which he replied that he did not. Later that afternoon, he supposedly went to the Roswell military base and saw a strange flying machine mounted on a flatbed truck. Then, the next day, Dennis ran into a nurse from the base who said that she had assisted in performing an autopsy of an alien the night before. Everything about this account rings false. If the Army had genuinely found alien bodies, they would never have contacted the assistant of the Roswell Funeral Home to inquire about body bags. It would never have allowed a civilian to enter the base while it was carrying out the most extraordinary recovery operation of all time. And it certainly wouldn't have left a flatbed truck loaded with an alien craft out in the open for all eyes to see. As for the story about the nurse, it seemed to change each time that Dennis told it. She may have died from cancer or a plane accident, or she may have died in her sleep on a military base in England. Despite all the unlikelihoods in his story, all books written about Roswell seem to focus on Glenn Dennis's testimony. And this is just one of dozens of others that are just as questionable. This one only goes to show that it's easier for UFO researchers to find fault with the Army rather than looking in their own backyard. As for the physical proof of the Roswell crash, everything from the film of the alien autopsy to the so-called flying saucer remnants were shown to be a hoax. The Roswell crash has become so well known that people sometimes tend to think that it's the only one of its kind, which is not true. Other similar incidents have occurred since 1947. For example, in his book Behind the Flying Saucers, published in 1950, Frank Scully discusses a rumor of a strange craft and its occupants that crashed near Aztec, New Mexico. We now know that Scully's sources were con artists, but that doesn't seem to matter. The Aztec incident is still part of UFO folklore.
Mixed up with the Roswell crash is also the report of a crash in Aztec, New Mexico, and another saucer is alleged to have come down. Now, there are three real possibilities about that, or at least three obvious possibilities that one could list. One is that it was another saucer that crashed, and if we concede that flying saucers are flying over Mexico, and if they can be damaged in that way, then if there were several on a surveillance, then they could come down in two places. That's possible. The second possibility is that it was in fact the same flying saucer, and the second piece of debris is actually part of the damage of the first one, which mostly disintegrated over New Mexico, and part of it may have wobbled on and crashed in Aztec. The third possibility, and I think, frankly, it's the strongest one, we know that the Roswell crash was a real crash, something real, whatever it may be. I should say the listening disk is the favoured possibility, an actual huge disc-shaped thing, which in 1947 was used to be carried into the high atmosphere, which could sort of listen round corners in the days before, it was 10 years before we put the first satellite in orbit. So it's possible that it was that kind of dish. But assuming that that was the real thing at Roswell, there was certainly a lot of mischief about Aztec with local newspaper reports, particularly local radio stations. Aztec was certainly one of the hoax ones as well. So whether the hoaxes were built on an actual story of a crash, or whether the whole crash story was virtually a hoax, is now, 50 years on, very difficult to determine. And there are proponents of both beliefs, particularly in America, where they've got certain witnesses, they claim them, but they're usually the sons or daughters of the witnesses who are no longer alive and so on, and certain people are pretty convinced it's a hoax. I think the water is so muddy at Roswell and Aztec that we may actually never really know the truth, frankly.
On December 9, 1965, a strange object landed in the woods near Kecksburg, a small town 120 miles from Pittsburgh. After the crash, a handful of volunteers, including firemen, went to the woods to investigate. They found a bell-shaped object about the size of a compact car. The Army soon arrived on the scene and told all witnesses to keep quiet about what they had seen. Under the cover of night, the spacecraft was moved to a secret location. Just like Roswell, there's no doubt that something landed in Kecksburg. While a handful of residents swear that it was an alien spacecraft, the Army claims that it was nothing more than a meteorite.
Là, on n'est pas dans juste des oui-dire. Là, il y a
In that case, it wasn't just a matter of hearsay. There were actual eyewitnesses, including firemen. The situation was like Roswell. There were several witnesses who seemed to be reliable, telling this story about the object landing in Kecksburg. And their story seemed to be plausible. Something unusual fell from the sky, was recovered, and then disappeared from sight. It could have been a Soviet space object, or who knows? According to the descriptions given, if it was of Soviet origin, it certainly wasn't a conventional object. The fact remains that apparently something real was recovered.
UFO crashes don't just happen in the United States. On October 4th, 1967, the crew of an Air Canada DC-8 saw a group of bright objects flying near 12,000 feet altitude. Suddenly, two explosions broke up the strange group. One of the objects left the formation and headed off in the direction of Nova Scotia.
With co-author Don Ledger, I've written a book titled Dark Object, and it's a mass-market paperback that tells the story of a UFO crash that occurred off the coast of southern Western tip of Nova Scotia in 1967. It was the night of October 4th, which was a Wednesday. It was a moonless night, the sky was clear. And what happened was the local residents seen a set of lights that were at least 60 feet in one dimension. They were evenly spaced 15 feet apart. They flashed in sequence. They hovered for at least 5 minutes over the harbor after entering from an easterly direction over the Gulf of Maine. They tilted to a 45-degree angle and descended rapidly to the water's surface, striking it, producing a bright flash and the sound of an explosion. Several local residents called the nearby RCMP detachment. It's interesting to note here that unlike many cases, no one reported a UFO. They simply said that lights or perhaps an aircraft crashed in water. Concerns were for survivors. The RCMP dispatched 3 officers and 2 separate vehicles to the scene, and when they got to the shoreline, they saw a pale yellow light moving over the water, and it was at least 8 feet off the surface. They looked at it through field glasses, and eventually it moved around to the point where it left a trail that was 80 feet by half a mile long, and this was dense yellow foam that smelled of sulfur, had a sparkle to it. They grabbed 2 local fishing boats and attempted to reach the impact site, but before they could get to it, the object either submerged or disappeared.
There were bubbles at the surface and a strong sulfur smell in the air where the object hit the water. If it was an aircraft, the rescuers would have to act quickly if they wanted to save the survivors. Rescue boats headed south, but they didn't find any wreckage or survivors.
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police was, of course, by the nature of their work, the people who were first to respond to this. But upon the scene, and when they coordinated with the Rescue Coordination Center and 2 nearby military bases, Canadian Forces Station Shelburne and CFS Barrington at Back Row, it was clear that it wasn't an aircraft at the scene. Of course, their own observations told them that. They contacted higher headquarters in Ottawa, and it was determined at Defense Headquarters that an extensive underwater search would be carried out, which involved the Coast Guard and naval divers of HMCS Granby. This search continued until Monday. That occurred Wednesday night. At that time, the search was terminated, and they claimed no results. They never denied the belief that a UFO had gone in the water, and they clearly called it that. They simply said that they had found nothing. Now, what is interesting, however, is that local residents and some documentation does keep the door open. Some people claim artifacts were recovered. And the thing is, we do have a document that says quite clearly who would have received those documents. It was a civilian scientific consultant, the DND. But again, the official response is nil results.
The incident was forgotten until the early 1990s, when UFO researcher Chris Stiles began searching for official documents written by authorities at the time of the incident. His research soon drew the attention of the producers of SETI, an American TV series about strange and unexplained phenomena.
In 1995, Paramount Television's syndicated show SETI funded an underwater search, and what it was I proposed to them doing a 4-day survey, which would include side-scan sonar, sub-bottom profiler, magnetometer, and divers, to go over the initial impact site of the naval search. The Canadian Navy and the Coast Guard and RCMP divers searched that area for some time. They had a firm belief that something had gone into the water. Checking with the Rescue Coordination Center in Halifax, they knew it was clear that there was no missing aircraft. They didn't suspect a meteorite or natural cause. The thing was, at that time in '67, the search for the craft responsible for the crash was a low-tech affair. It would have been pairs of divers going over the side with flashlights. The water visibility was only 20 feet. With today's technology, it was relatively simple and cheap to look. I thought it was a long shot that we would find any evidence, but one had to look if it could have been lying down there all that time. And so we did. We had our 4-day search with those things. And to be honest, we found absolutely nothing unusual. But I'm not discouraged by that, because that actually tells us something. Because in a case where there was so much corroboration and the actions of the military and the documentation, which is an extensive paper trail, says clearly they were certain that this was a UFO and that it was lost there. You have to ask, where did the 60-foot object go? This is shallow water. This technology, there's not a trace, there's no trauma, no evidence whatsoever. So it's like the one that got away. It remains a great mystery.
Although Shag Harbor remains a mystery, other stories of UFO crashes seem to be hoaxes made up by money mongers. In the summer of 1989, UFO researchers heard of a crash in the Kalahari Desert in South Africa, near the Botswana border. According to a report supposedly written by the South African Air Force, on May 7, 1989, the military had shot down an unidentified flying object with an experimental laser gun. They then captured two humanoid occupants who put up a fight, but were eventually taken to an Air Force base in Pretoria. Then, for some odd reason, the humanoids were flown to the United States. Their last known destination was the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio.
One of the crash retrievals around the world that didn't happen in America, which is crash retrieval central for most of the UFO phenomena, happened in South Africa, a crash in the Kalahari Desert there. I've not investigated it personally, but I do have a great deal of faith in a researcher in Africa called Cynthia Hine, who's now died recently. And she investigated it firsthand, and it was her conclusion that it was probably a hoax. Her view was that actually someone was deliberately manufacturing evidence to make a book, sell a story, get a TV series or whatever else. And I can't comment on that because I wasn't there and I haven't seen the evidence firsthand and I haven't personally spoken to anybody. But I have a great deal of respect for Cynthia Hine. She was a very strong proponent of UFOs. She believed they were aliens. She believed that they came from other planets and so on, which is not particularly my belief. And against that background, she was not impressed with that evidence.
в том, что в Калахари упала летающая тарелка. И хотя у меня нет какой-либо серьезной информации об этом деле, я склонен согласиться с выводами Синтии.
One of the suspicious elements raised by Cynthia Hine was the fact that the so-called official report was written in English rather than in Afrikaans, the official language of Pretoria. She also found it odd that the report was full of spelling errors, and that it mentioned the title Squadron Leader, which did not exist in the South African Army. It only existed in the British Royal Air Force. There was also the fact that the document was released to the public by James Van Groenen, a known con artist. Books are filled with stories of UFO crashes, and they all have one thing in common: a lack of physical proof. If alien spaceships have really crashed on our planet, where are they? Could they be stored in a huge crate in a warehouse among thousands of other crates? A possibility inspired by the film Raiders of the Lost Ark. What about the alien bodies found in Roswell? Where are they? With all of these crashes, it's hard to believe that the Army would have been able to recover every single remnant of proof. It's also hard to believe that over the years, no military officer has ever attempted to photograph or film one of these shipwrecked UFOs. Executions, murders, rapes, nuclear testing, and genetic experiments have all been filmed in secret, but no UFO crashes have ever been filmed. There's a saying that a lack of proof doesn't mean that something doesn't exist. After all these years, the proof that UFO crashes happen is so insubstantial that this saying seems to be more of a consolation for believers rather than the truth. They come from all walks of life: computer experts, artists, engineers, booksellers, and blue-collar workers. They all have one thing in common: a fascination for the paranormal. At times passionate to the point of being obsessed, they are known as UFO hunters. For the past 50 years, the phenomenon of unidentified flying objects, commonly referred to as UFOs, has frequently made the headlines, exploited by tabloids, ridiculed by skeptics, and for the most part scorned by the scientific community. The UFO phenomenon has captured popular imagination. In Canada, surveys confirm that the public is interested in unidentified flying objects. In the United States, dozens of books on the subject are published each year, and Hollywood generally comes out with at least one film per season. The U.S. has the largest UFO group in the world, called MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network. Its members gather every year at the International UFO Symposium. Webmaster for the internet site UFOcity.com and co-author of Left at East Gate, Peter Robbins is a well-known New York artist. He is quite familiar with the community of UFO hunters.
We are a wildly varying lot of people. We are as different as any random section of society, I think. What unites us is an intellectual curiosity, maybe a little bit of a spirit of adventure. Most of us like digging either allegorically or in a library or actually in the field. Most of us are somewhat idealistic, which usually means we're somewhat naive.
They are obviously motivated by a desire to try and understand what's happening. Often, when you scratch beneath the surface, you find a desire to believe in the existence of extraterrestrials. Behind their impartial front, we can see their desire to believe.
We actually are interested in the truth about something that is a genuine mystery. Some of us have PhDs in the natural sciences. Many of us have backgrounds in the arts, and we come to it from a creative sensibility.
It is precisely this eclectic attitude that has greatly contributed to tarnishing the reputation of the UFO community. As soon as a UFO is observed, UFO hunters find themselves shoulder to shoulder with journalists at the site where it was observed, both trying to make the most out of it. One camp sees it as a great news story, while the other camp sees an opportunity to talk about their wild theories, worldwide cover-ups, alien abductions, or a threat of an alien invasion. Comments made by serious researchers often become buried in the tall tales which attract the media. Caught up in this three-ring circus of ideology, it is not surprising that over the years, UFO hunters have gained the reputation of attracting crackpots.
Like many fields of research or natural interest, we as a group have grown somewhat more sophisticated over the years. We have seen more frauds. We have seen more genuine, remarkably important breakthroughs in research. We are a bit better organized. We are maybe a little bit more respected by the general population, but not so much.
Over the years, UFO groups have been forced to evolve according to the interests of their members. Their interest is often tempered by the events themselves and by pressure from the media. UFOs are not the same today as they were years ago. To better understand this evolution, we have to go back to the Kenneth Arnold affair in 1947, which spawned the expression, flying saucer. No one is better qualified to lead us back in time than French sociologist Pierre Lagrange, a research scientist with the Center for Sociology of Innovation in Paris. Pierre has written several reports on UFO studies, and over the past few years, he has gained recognition as one of the world's leading authorities in the field of UFO history.
The Kenneth Arnold affair marked the beginning of flying saucers. That was when the expression flying saucer was first invented. His story happened on June 24, 1947. He was a 32-year-old private pilot and businessman who saw strange discs flying over Mount Rainier, Washington, in the American Northwest. According to Arnold, they were flying twice as fast as the speed of sound, and they had an unusual shape. They were not exactly saucer-shaped. They were rounded in the front and triangular in the back.
Triangulaire à l'arrière.
And he described their flight as saucers skimming over the water. And when he reported this to a reporter, a news reporter, the journalist wrote down flying saucers, and the name was born and has been with us ever since.
The objects seen by Kenneth Arnold were probably nothing more than a flock of migrating birds. However, his story gave birth to the modern era of flying saucers. Back in 1947, unidentified flying objects were not synonymous with extraterrestrial spacecraft.
At the time back in 1947, Kenneth Arnold thought he was seeing secret weapons. Obviously, the prospect of extraterrestrials was soon raised. If we look back at the first articles written in the press on June 26 and 27, 1947, the objects were not only presented as extraterrestrial airships. That was just one theory among others. The theory of secret aircraft was the most popular.
The day after Kenneth Arnold's observation, the U.S. Army put up a wall of silence and took extraordinary defense measures.
They're on patrol for flying saucers. Cameras installed to photograph them. Portland, Oregon, the area from which came the first weird reports.
However, despite all the military's preparations, an entire fleet of flying saucers seemed to be descending upon the United States. Throughout the country, Americans were claiming to have seen unidentified flying objects.
A lot of people these days, they're seeing flying saucers everywhere. Flocks of fantastic discs flying through the air.
Since the Army was refusing to release these reports to the public, small groups of 2 or 3 people each began collecting information on these sightings.
Looking for the mysterious disc.
It was the dawn of ufology, the study of UFOs.
A flying saucer with milk.
The first ufologists appeared in the 1950s in groups such as NECAP and APRO, which integrated a large mass of scattered information. At first, UFOs were only seen flying in the sky. They hovered and flew away, but didn't land. Then gradually, stories began pouring in about landings. Investigators changed their view over time.
History professor at Temple University in Philadelphia, David Jacobs is the author of the famous UFO controversy in America.
Well, I think that the role of some of the early UFO organizations like APRO, the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, and NICAP, National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, in the overall controversy over UFOs was really very, very important. I think that these are groups that continue to collect reports, they analyze reports, they kept the subject in front of the public, and help to also pioneer methodology for how you can do this, how you can actually investigate reports.
It was in this fervor of the 1950s that people began speculating that these unidentified flying objects were of alien origin. These speculations soon became the most popular way of interpreting these objects. Left in the dark, the more conservative researchers who refused to share this opinion without an argument were stigmatized as ignorant or having little faith by those who supported the theory. Now, 50 years after that initial sighting by Kenneth Arnold, we can only wonder how UFOs, which were originally thought to be top-secret weapons, came to be thought of as interplanetary vehicles. How is it that extraterrestrials have become the focus of UFO study?
One of the first people to introduce the idea that flying saucers were of alien origin was Donald Keyhoe, a former member of the U.S. military who became a journalist, and while working for True magazine in 1949, was assigned to investigate the story. Keyhoe was rather skeptical at first, since most of the contacts he had kept in the Army told him there was nothing to the story. But as he dug deeper, he began to think that the military wasn't telling him everything they knew, that there may be something to the story after all. The article that he published in the January 1950 issue of True was one of the first to really popularize the alien theory.
3 years later, Donald Keyhoe wrote Flying Saucers from Outer Space, whose popularity at bookstores further entrenched the theory that UFOs were of alien origin. From there on, lines were drawn between those who believed in extraterrestrials and those who didn't. America was debating over whether or not unidentified flying objects were alien in origin, on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, France was experiencing an unprecedented wave of UFO sightings. Up until then, UFOs were just strange things flying around in the sky. But now they seem to be landing everywhere. Even worse, the occupants of these spaceships were strolling around on our planet. One of the most striking stories happened to Marius Deville from Carouble in northern France on September 10, 1954.
I heard my dog barking, and it didn't sound normal to me. At first, I just ignored him, but then I decided to go see what he was barking about. I came over here, and I saw two men, or rather, two beings.
How far away were they?
They were on the other side of that road there, about 12, 15 feet away.
Can you tell us what they looked like?
They were pretty small. I'd say about 3 feet tall.
So your flying saucer was over there. How did it leave?
Well, it went straight up about 150 feet.
Straight up, like that?
Well, that's when it changed into a ball of fire and headed east.
In the 1960s, a whole new generation of investigators appeared on the scene, like John Keel, who wrote an entire series of books. He also investigated matters that did not seem to interest other people. He examined things that were outside of the box, things that seemed UFO-related, but which were still on the fringe. With investigators like John Keel, it wasn't just a matter of aliens visiting us in their flying saucers. Keel's perspective was much larger and more complex, touching on both ecology and the occult, with phenomena that might be linked to our basic human nature. Some people proposed psychological theories for his phenomena. Keel was now in the area of parapsychology, where things were happening to our society other than simple visits by extraterrestrials. Thanks to John Keel, a movement began in the late 70s that included both UFOs and paranormal phenomena by people who took an interest in these things. They believed that the phenomena were closely linked to the witnesses.
The 1970s was also when the U.S. Air Force lost interest in UFOs. In parallel with the work being done by John Keel, other researchers joined the cause, often from university backgrounds, filling in the void left by the military.
In the 1970s in particular, after the Air Force in the United States stopped its Blue Book, Project Blue Book, what happened is that it was almost like people were finally free to come out in the open. Those who were brave could come out in the open, and they could now begin to talk about UFO research, do it openly, work together. That's why Alan Hynek formed the Center for UFO Studies in 1973. We had a scientific advisory board of, fairly distinguished scientists. And this went on. There was a flowering of very serious UFO research in the 1970s. It had begun in the 1960s. It lasted some into the 1980s to a certain extent, but several factors intervened. Not Roswell, not necessarily abductions, other problems like lack of funding, again, like of the fact that no progress was being made.
The lack of concrete results led some ufologists to question their beliefs, and they divided into two camps.
In the late 1970s, something interesting happened in ufology. Criticism began to come from within. Skeptics had been regarded as rationalists who knew nothing about the UFO cases. Now the situation began to change, and longtime believers who had felt strongly about the subject for years began to say, we don't believe in them anymore. In 1977, French ufologist Michel Monnevi wrote a book called What If UFOs Didn't Exist? According to the author, UFOs are nothing more than a misinterpretation of known phenomena. They're not real, they're only a myth. There are no aliens visiting us, and there are no strange phenomena. They were just mistakes made by confused people who saw Venus, weather balloons, aircraft, the moons, and other explainable phenomena.
UFO hunters were gradually becoming more aware that merely gathering witness accounts was not enough to fully understand the phenomenon.
What was happening in ufology in the 1970s when the first skeptics began to appear within their ranks? It was a time when, having discussed eyewitness accounts at length, UFO researchers began to think, we need to be more scientific. There's a price to pay. We have to change our methods. It's not enough just to gather eyewitness accounts. We need to produce evidence, like scientists do. For a long time we thought that it was a scientist's job to observe nature, but in reality, a scientist's job is done in a laboratory. He very rarely sees nature. He spends his time looking at instruments, diagrams, and graphs, so his contact with nature is very remote. If he goes into the woods or on top of a mountain, he doesn't see anything. He's in the middle of nature and can't do anything. UFO researchers began to ask themselves, how can we present data relating to UFO stories so it'll be perceived as scientific? They realized that there was a price to pay, that they would need to do more than gather stories to succeed, or simply state their opinion like a judge or a police officer. They would need to delve into the facts and come up with items that would allow experts to decide if there was a case or not.
François Bourbeau belongs to this new generation of UFO researchers that appeared on the scene during this shift in ideology in the 1970s.
My first job, or my first goal, I should say, was to interest the university crowd in the study of UFOs. But I soon came up against a brick wall, from social prejudice to a wide variety of other prejudices. These men and women from universities were probably afraid of losing credibility among their peers. I would say that it also had to do with a lack of knowledge of the subject area. I must admit that in the field of UFO research, for serious amateurs like myself who want to dig a little deeper to understand an issue, there is a fundamental lack of funding required to do the work. There's also a lack of human resources available. And to be perfectly honest, we also have very limited access to technology that would allow us to perform rapid tests on the spot, where physical evidence appears on the ground, for instance. With these tests, we could advance our own research, since we are on the front line, thereby eliminating a layer of analysis where we had to wait for the results before proceeding. We could also turn over our test results to experts for further research. Maybe that's where the problem lies.
A really good example of how this lack of funding and logistics can have an impact is the case of Saint-Marie-de-Manoir, a small rural town less than 60 miles from Montreal, Quebec.
At first I was sure that it was a 4x4, but when I got up and looked, I saw that it was over my neighbor's house.
It was blue everywhere in the house, and there was this persistent noise in the background.
I think it was something from outer space. I think they might be more advanced than us since they are coming to visit us.
It was bright everywhere. I'm not sure how far away it could be seen, but it was as bright as day where I was.
Several experts find this case to be particularly puzzling. UFO researchers involved in the case had to cut their investigation short, since they lacked the means to continue. François Bourbeau was one of the key figures in this affair.
The incident in Saint-Marie-de-Manoir was probably one of the best opportunities in scientific terms to pursue an in-depth study of the case. First of all, there were many witnesses, and several different types of witnesses at that, including highly competent ones, such as police officers.
I was amazed. I'd never seen anything like it before in my life.
Several levels of society were represented among the witnesses, and there was physical evidence left on the ground. Electromagnetic effects occurred in the immediate area, and a trace of the craft was left on the ground. This incident happened in winter, and the grass turned green where the UFO mark was found. Using my own money, I paid Laval University to analyze grass and soil samples. Chlorophyll levels were 10 times higher, and nitrogen had gone up by 300%.
I found it very bizarre, because the chlorophyll level should normally have been the same everywhere. I don't think it's humanly possible to fake chlorophyll levels in plants in November.
We had material on our hands that could have been genuinely investigated. But somehow we missed our big opportunity. We didn't succeed in capturing the interest of enough people in the fields of botany, physics, electricity, magnetics, or mathematics. We didn't get plant geneticists involved in our project. A lot of work could have been done to rule out natural causes.
Over the years, UFO hunters have gradually divided into two separate camps. One group represents the diehards, who still believe that UFOs are extraterrestrial in origin. The other group, mainly consisting of UFO researchers, define themselves as skeptics.
It appears that ufology is not the work of a single group of individuals, but rather a network of groups, like in the field of science. In my view, the fact that there are skeptics does not mean that ufology has become more scientific in approach. It means that researchers are starting to think like the people they used to criticize. Nowadays, skepticism about UFOs is a matter of personal opinion, just like believing in them used to be. It's not much different. After believing in UFOs for years, they decide not to believe anymore. What effect does that have? Rationalists say finally UFO researchers are becoming more scientific, but if we look at the facts, it just isn't true. Just when things were calming down and researchers were beginning to use a more scientific approach, the controversy started back up again. After having said they exist, they were turning around and saying they don't exist. Well, saying they don't exist doesn't make you a scientist, but it does spark controversy. This controversy is not making the field any more scientific. Since each person is proceeding according to their own personal opinion, it's very easy to become a UFO researcher. You have some business cards printed and publish an article in a few newsletters. It's much harder to be a scientist. You need to have diplomas, experience, and research work that's approved by others as a group.
The UFO field has been faced with two problems: frequent shifts in ideology and a lack of funding for its work. Victims of precarious budgets, most UFO associations cannot hire paid staff. This means that almost all of their members are volunteers, with the best of intentions, no doubt. But inevitably, they run into problems with the availability and competency of their members, which leads to less than ideal investigation. Fascinated by the subject of UFOs since the mid-1970s, Antonio Yunius, a writer for Fate magazine and co-author of the UFO briefing document, is quite familiar with the problems faced by UFO researchers.
One of the main problems of ufological research is the lack of funds. This is very bad, and especially when you go to even to other countries, it's even more acute. And there was a short period, I would say through the 90s, where you suddenly had this emergence of the philanthropists.
In the late 1990s, U.S. multimillionaire Lawrence Rockefeller financed a series of meetings on the American East Coast. Chaired by astrophysicist Peter Sturrock of Stanford University, California, the Pocantico meetings are now considered to be the most important initiative that has taken place in the field of UFO study over the past few years. François Louange is an optics specialist who directs Flex Image, a corporation specializing in satellite imagery. He was an active participant at the Pocantico meeting.
The Pocantico conference, organized by Mr. Rockefeller in 1997, was highly instructive. This gentleman, who has large sums of money, tends to spend a lot on artistic and human causes. Lawrence Rockefeller had a certain curiosity study about UFOs in general, and crop circles in particular. So he financed this week-long meeting at his Pocantico Center where his family had once lived. The idea was to discuss physical evidence, not just for UFOs, but in general.
Basically, you had two types of scientists. You had ufological scientists. These were people who were professional scientists, like Vallée and even Velasco and Richard Haynes and John Schuster and many others, who made the case for ufology. And they presented, the best landing cases, the best photography, and so on, the best radar cases. And then you had a panel of neutral scientists, and these were people who were neither in favor nor against it, but they were professional scientists.
The goal was to have researchers speak about UFOs in front of a group of scientists in the hopes of finding common ground and preparing a small booklet on their conclusions. Why did Rockefeller do this? Because up until that point, the only thing that existed in the field was the Condon report that had been sponsored by the U.S. Air Force several years earlier. The very thick Condon report was read by few people. It contains a lot of information, some of it on inexplicable phenomena. However, the official conclusions of the Condon report go something like this. First of all, we didn't find anything. And secondly, science has better things to do with its time than waste it on a subject like this that is of no interest. Condon closed the books on the subject, and scientists did that too. With regards to the Condon's conclusions, we agree at least on the first point. We didn't find anything really convincing, any absolute proof that unknown phenomena are occurring, and we found even less evidence of extraterrestrials. On the other hand, as to what science's position should be, we are diametrically opposed to Condon. We feel that given the evolution of the information gathered and the technologies at their disposal, it would be in the best interest of science to research the subject intelligently, to listen to UFO researchers, and to continue the work.
If the Pocantico Conference led to a recognition of the interest in UFOs, then why does the science community at large seem so uninterested in this phenomenon?
If someone were to find a technological application for the UFO problem, then just watch the benefactors line up to finance it. Maybe not UFO groups at first, but if another meeting were held with Mr. Sturrock, there might be a group of people who would say, "Aha, we're being offered 10 million, gentlemen. Go back to your drawing boards."
However, before we can speculate on how to interest the science community in UFOs, we need to have UFO groups themselves come to an agreement on the importance of the information gathered and the manner in which it is presented.
The material itself, the data, although there are some excellent cases, but it is very ambiguous, and you can basically adapt it to any theory you want. Because you will select those elements of, if you're interested in the more bizarre cases, you will find plenty of those. If you're interested in the more sort of sober, you'll concentrate with radar and pilot cases. So that's what I saw, that people, because they had a theory, then they were like digging up for those elements in the database that would support their theory.
After so many years, it may be surprising to find that so few professional researchers let themselves be carried away by a scientific interest in UFOs. Perhaps we are simply seeing a contrast between the ideal vision of science and the unorthodox reality of ufology.
One of the great failings of UFO research in the Western Hemisphere anyway, and not as much in Europe, but certainly in Canada and in the United States, has been the failure to convince the scientific and academic community of the legitimacy of the subject.
I think we're setting ourselves up for a disappointment when we expect science to come up with all of the solutions. When it comes to expanding knowledge, solutions are very rare. When scientists study a matter, very rarely do they agree on what it means. Of course, when we read history books about science, we see famous names such as Galileo, Newton, and Einstein, who all made a significant contribution to scientific knowledge. But we need to remember that 99% of all scientific research does not lead anywhere. The research is done because we need to ask questions and find answers. We need to make progress. Scientists often disagree. In the field of science, it's very difficult for everyone to agree. So if we were to take a scientist out of his controlled environment and place him in a situation with amateurs and people from different backgrounds, naturally he would find it more difficult to do his job. In that type of situation, scientists tend to have the attitude that UFO researchers are not capable of producing hard evidence. They're not like scientists who produce real results. I tend to see the problem differently. If we think about it, science hasn't produced a lot over the years, considering all the conditions imposed on scientists. They need to have a diploma, publish articles, sign contracts, and so forth. In contrast, it's amazing to see how much UFO groups like SOBEPs have managed to accomplish without a controlled environment. So if anything, I would say that the opposite is actually true. It's not that UFO researchers don't take their work seriously. Given the conditions under which they work, they're very serious in their approach. Perhaps we should be demanding that scientists produce a lot more than they do.
A half-century after the birth of ufology, UFO hunters are still practically as far away from a global answer as they were back then. Can their limited success be blamed on a lack of effort, a poor choice of witnesses? Or is it simply that ufologists have had to pay the price for resorting to sensationalism once too often?
Well, obviously, we still don't know what the UFOs are. If we did, the discussion would already be on a different level. People already automatically, and this is even in France, I would say, not the researchers, but the culture and the media, automatically equates UFOs with extraterrestrial beings, coming in spaceships. So this is the sort of the cultural interpretation. The popular cultural interpretation, I would say, all over the world.
In this world of superficial choices and judgments, abduction by aliens, the Roswell crash and cover-up. These are sexy. These are hot topics. Even though time is passing, Roswell's 53 years ago, it still captures the public imagination tremendously.
I think it makes it very difficult for the serious research of ufology because so much of it now has become basically a media-oriented entertainment and sensationalism.
The lack of interest in UFOs by the elite of the science community is not only due to the ufologists' tendency to believe in wild rumors of alien abductions and flying saucer crashes. It also stems from public prejudice and the superficial manner in which UFO-related matters are handled by the media. An associate member of the National Center for Scientific Research in Paris, Bertrand Meust has written several books on UFOs, such as science fiction and flying saucers.
There are several factors that come into play. On one hand, there is the unstructured research that has been done up until now by amateurs, whose standards of quality are not as high as those of the science community. On the other hand, there has been this incredible challenge to have this subject regarded not only as a serious matter, but also as something important, something worthwhile studying. This message has not yet found roots within the scientific community in France. To give you an example, my peers are sociologists and ethnologists, and you wouldn't think that the study of UFOs would be a problem for them, since they study sociological and cultural phenomena. But even within these groups, UFOs are not considered to be a serious subject of study. And if a sociologist decides to study UFOs, he risks becoming a social outcast. The situation is absurd. As you can see, there is a sort of barrier, fear of cultural or philosophical rejection.
The people that matter don't look at our findings. It is much easier to say, well, this can't be because it isn't, therefore it's not, Therefore, I'm not going to waste my time. It is still informed by a great deal of ignorance, and most interesting, if you go back and you study the first reports of UFOs in the major American media, going back to the summer, the autumn of 1947 or so, you will see a pattern of reportage in major American newspapers, start with the New York Times, that continues to a degree to this day, and it usually goes like this. There is an initial report of an incident, an event, a sighting. Then there is a response, either in the same article or a follow-up article, by some kind of authority, who usually would have no knowledge of the subject, but they are a psychologist, or a meteorologist, or a biologist, and they are going to tell us, well, this is nonsense, I have a PhD, and I know, and the American public, the Western public, has been brilliantly conditioned, overtly and covertly, by the media, by the government, by themselves, to literally wire up in their minds when you hear UFO. You see the mouth moving, but somebody is saying, I saw a UFO. What you are hearing is, maybe I'm crazy and should be in an institution.
In order for ufology to rise above the scorn and ridicule that it faces, and in order to determine with any degree of certainty whether or not unidentified flying objects are indeed alien in origin, it is vital that this field of study receive a minimum of physical and logistic support.
In my opinion, state intervention is indispensable if you want to do a thorough job, since the most useful sources of information are generally state agencies. If we take France, for instance, there is the state police, the Air Force, and civil aviation. Obviously, these organizations are not going to pass on information, especially the Air Force, with its need to keep defense issues confidential. It's very difficult for someone outside of these agencies to obtain information such as radar data.
In the late 1970s, France became the only member of the G8 to set up such an agency. CIPRA has been headed by engineer Jean-Jacques Velasco for quite a few years.
CNES is a public sector agency that distributes information. We don't have anything to hide. These days, we let the public know about a lot of our investigations, and we will continue to do so in the future. However, keeping the public informed of our investigations is not part of CIPRA's mandate, as was the case for its predecessor, Japan, which prepared technical notes and informational notes. The difference between the two groups is quite simple. We just don't have the means.
Although he admits that his group does not have the logistic support necessary to carry out a global study of the UFO phenomenon, Jean-Jacques Velasco does not see how CIPRA could associate itself with UFO groups without putting its own credibility and that of CNES on the line.
What is commonly referred to as ufology is a large group of people primarily interested in UFO sightings. They have developed an interest in the subject as amateurs. We are not at all in the same class as those groups of amateurs. Here we do scientific work. We investigate sightings and check out the facts that are reported. Our work consists of scientifically analyzing the facts, and that's all.
Other than France, only a few countries in South America have set up official agencies to collect UFO reports, often undercover as part of their military activities. Elsewhere in the world, UFO reports are lost, destroyed, or find their way into a box in the basement of an administrative building. In Canada, the RCMP and Transport Canada used to send their reports to the National Research Centre in Ottawa. After a quick read-through, the reports were then transferred to the National Archives building, where they waited patiently for someone to come along and examine them. Recently, Canadian UFO researcher Chris Rutkowski decided to do something constructive with these reports of UFO sightings.
After the year 2000, an arrangement between myself and Transport Canada allows the reporting of objects seen in the sky to be made through them to me, and I produce an annual report of sighting activity to try and understand what it is that people were seeing. You see, the National Research Council itself was not interested in UFOs, but the possibility that UFO reports might lead to the recovery of meteorites. But I've chosen to do something with the data because I think it's important that we understand what it is that people are seeing, not what is perhaps reported in the tabloid newspapers, perhaps not what we see in the movies, but what is it that is actually seen by people? And to do that, we need the actual reports. So it is a very good arrangement from a scientific standpoint, simply collecting the data from Quebec, from Newfoundland, from British Columbia, from the Yukon and Nunavut now as well, and analyzing the data for an understanding of what it is people really are experiencing and seeing when they report a UFO.
Chris Rutkowski's initiative is an exception to the rule. In the United States, where more UFO sightings are reported than anywhere else in the world, there is no mechanism in place to provide UFO groups with a copy of these reports. They usually end up in a shredder.
One of the things to me that puzzles me that after all these years in the United States, for instance, no single repository was created for all the files. That would have been money much better spent, you know, and just create a central location where when the organizations go out of business, or, which happens, you know, when the leader dies or something like that, there's nothing.
After 50 years of UFO research, how can we best sum up the results? Researchers, for the most part amateurs, have still not succeeded in rallying the science community to their cause. Living on the edge, they are constantly faced with prejudice. For the time being, UFO hunters continue their pursuit, navigating through strange worlds in the search for evidence to support their theories. Beyond the rhetoric of UFO groups, it is clear that if scientific institutions were to undertake a serious study of UFOs, they would not make long philosophical speeches on the wonders of science. They would proceed methodically, impervious to the war of words being waged by UFO groups.
The Americans need more of a sociological theory, and the Europeans need less. Because in America, it's not at all liked by the ufological community, which is completely committed to strictly not involve ET, aliens, crash saucers, genetical hybrids with abductions, and so on. But in Europe, with some of these groups, you go to the other extreme, where everything gets reduced to just a myth. But a myth still takes off from something, you know.
Myths from North America, specifically from the United States, have swept through Europe. Researchers like Scorno, myself and others have, well, I wouldn't exactly say that we've given up, but we're still interested, but no one listens to us anymore. Well, they still listen to Pierre Lagrange, who seems to be able to find ways to make himself heard. But no one really listens to us anymore. They're only interested in those myths from the United States. There's another factor that's also becoming into play, the Internet. As a professor, I have several students who are interested in UFOs, but they know nothing of all the serious research that was done on the subject. When they hear the expression flying saucer, they immediately think of the American myths and all of the information circulating on the Internet. To summarize, when I was 25 years old, UFOs were things flying around in the sky. We would go into the field to observe them. These days, young people look up information on the Internet. That's why I'm a lot less interested now. It's become a sort of virtual reality.
They had been told that they would soon be taken to paradise. Chosen by the great masters of the universe, these disciples were ready to fly off to a distant planet. What their leaders had forgotten to tell them was that this cosmic trip was going to cost them their lives. These unfortunate, gullible souls were unable to tell the difference between cosmic visionaries and imposters.
Факты и фальсификации. Научный взгляд на таинственный феномен НЛО. Попытка разобраться в необъяснимых на сегодняшний день явлениях.
In October 1994, the horrific incidents involving the Order of the Solar Temple, which took place in both Switzerland and Quebec, put the spotlight on the hidden world of cults, which were created during what is now referred to as the contactee movement. In 1952, an American immigrant of Polish descent gave a whole new meaning to UFO sightings. Before a room full of press agents eager for a sensational story, George Adamski said that he had telepathically received a message telling him to go to the Mojave Desert, where he saw a spaceship. Adamski claimed that he was in contact with the pilot of the craft, who said he came from Venus and was here to warn humans of the dangers of nuclear weapons. Adamski's story was hailed by UFO groups as proof that UFOs were of extraterrestrial origin. The following year, Adamski co-authored Flying Saucers Have Landed, which became a huge success and marked the beginning of the contactee movement. In the months following the publication of this book, several individuals claimed that they had also been contacted by extraterrestrials from Venus or Mars.
Bien auparavant, il y avait des observations au début du siècle faites à
Well before that, at the turn of the century, researchers at the Lowell Observatory had noted features on Mars that seemed to indicate the possibility of seasonal patterns. And according to Schiaparelli and Percival Lowell, these features might be channels made by intelligent beings. In the 1950s, astronomers were already aware of the properties of the planets in our solar system, like Mars and Venus. It was known that Mars had a very thin atmosphere. Venus's atmosphere was very thick and hot. Still, researchers had a fairly good idea of the patterns on those planets. If we look back, there was that famous radio program by Orson Welles that shocked the world in the 1930s, just when World War II was starting. Radio listeners thought that Earth was being invaded by Martians. I think that society's fascination with the possibility of alien visits was stoked by events such as that.
Astrophysicists and photography experts proved scientifically that Adamski's claims had to be false. From then on, UFO groups distanced themselves from the contactee movement. Ignored by the UFO community and often ridiculed by the media, the contactee movement developed on the fringes. Nowadays, there are hundreds of these semi-religious groups who believe that we are in contact with extraterrestrials. Head of religious studies at Laval University in Quebec City, Alain Bouchard takes a keen interest in these new religious beliefs.
If we look at the number of groups generated by the contactee movement, we're talking about several hundred. But they're mostly small groups with just a few members each. We would need field researchers to find them all. In most cases, the group only lasts as long as its founder is alive, or until the novelty of a revelation dies down.
One of the first mysticism-based UFO groups to crop up in the United States was the Unarius Academy of Science. Unarius stands for Universal Articulate Interdimensional Understanding of Science.
Меня зовут доктор Чарльз Спиго. Я являюсь директором научной академии Юнариус. Юнариус — это добровольная, образовательная и научная организация. 33 инопланетных корабля приземлятся здесь, в том месте, где стоит указатель. На табличке написано «Добро пожаловать, космические братья».
Despite the fact that its two founders had left their mortal remains on Earth, and extraterrestrials had failed to show up at the appointed contact times, Unarius continues to flourish, with more than 6,000 members. Ruth and Ernest Norman founded Unarius in 1954, claiming that aliens had asked them to free humanity of its karma. Since, according to Unarius philosophy, current humanity is nothing more than the product of a series of reincarnations. Ruth Norman claimed that she was the reincarnation of Socrates, Mary Magdalene, and Mona Lisa.
Будущее Земли — это положительный прогресс. Поверьте мне.
While it's true that most groups created by the contactee movement were trendy and harmless, the horrors of the solar temple led to increased vigilance by state and civil authorities. Mathieu Cossu maintains a French internet site designed to protect people from the dangers of cults.
People like to talk about UFOs and extraterrestrials. There's a certain mystery to them. In the US, a lot of subjects were raised by contactee groups. For example, a while back, there was a guru who used to talk about universal energy. Master Dang, that was his name. He supposedly received instructions from higher beings who came to see him while he was traveling on an airplane. There was also Izozem, a sect whose guru received messages. To attract new members into their flocks, they needed a gimmick, one that would seduce people in different ways. For instance, a sect might attract new members by claiming to have the answers to questions that we all wonder about. Who are we? Where are we headed? What will become of us? Claiming that extraterrestrials are coming makes the group more mysterious and attracts people to that group. The more mysterious the discussions, the better. And when discussions focus on extraterrestrials, the members of the group feel privileged. I'm part of something special, and extraterrestrials are communicating with me.
Extraterrestrials appear to have the same qualities as God. They know everything and can do almost anything. Technologically speaking, they're 25,000 years ahead of us, according to the Raelians. So an extraterrestrial is like a god.
From one group to the next, these New Age religions seem to have the same basic format. If they are not expressly alien in origin, then the founders are prophets chosen to pass on a message from a cosmic visionary.
You've always dreamed of studying under Jesus, Buddha, or Muhammad? Well, it's too late for them, but it's not too late to study with me.
In general, the message always goes along the same line. There are both good and bad extraterrestrials. The evil ones want to destroy humanity, while the good ones want to save it. The disciples in the cult are the elected ones, who are under the protection of the good extraterrestrials.
There is no typical profile, but we've noticed that each group has a family atmosphere, if you will. How can we typify people who join these cults? Choosing a religious minority sets them apart from the rest of society. They generally have a lot of drive, so it's odd that they're usually portrayed as sheep. Research has shown that these people want to distinguish themselves from others. Joining a cult is an act of defiance, since the person will be noticed and perhaps ridiculed.
peut-être même ridiculisé.
So one of the main characteristics of these people is that they wish to stand out in a religious sense. There are also people who question life. I would say that best describes the people who join these groups. They identify themselves with their group. Probably the main thing that they have in common is a desire to distinguish themselves from others.
I don't think that anyone here on Earth is 100% safe from the powerful influence of a sect.
The 1970s and the New Age movement breathed new life into these UFO-based cults. Several leaders stole ideas from Eric von Daniken and Robert Charroux, who had come up with a theory of ancient astronauts. Contactees' visions changed with the times. Pilot uniforms were replaced by long white robes, and extraterrestrials, who had previously appeared in the flesh, now appeared as ethereal beings, living on higher spiritual planes. Cosmic messengers no longer needed their spaceships. They could now communicate with humans telepathically. In the midst of this shift in perception, a young man from France, Claude Varillon, publicly announced that he had been contacted by extraterrestrials on December 13, 1973. It seems that Claude Varillon, who had previously gone by the name of Claude Seller when he was a pop singer, was now being encouraged by his cosmic visionaries to change his name to Raël, signifying light bearer.
First, he tried his hand at a singing career, imitating Jacques Brel. Raelians sing of honey and cinnamon, but that song was originally called Sacré Sale Gueule. And when he sang it, he looked like Brel's clone. After that, he tried his luck as a sports reporter, since he loved automobile racing. He started a small magazine called Autopop. But when the energy crisis hit in the 1970s, his magazine went down, since auto racing had stopped due to energy restrictions. Then he appeared on a French television program called Le Grand Échiquier. He explained that one day, while walking in the Auvergne volcano park, he met up with some beings who said that they were Alchems. They're about 4 feet tall and had contacted him to pass on a message.
In 1973, I was a reporter for an auto racing magazine in France. As I was walking through the Auvergne volcano park, I saw a bright spaceship land near me. A small being came out of the craft and gave me a message, which you can read in this book, True Face of God. It's available in all bookstores in Quebec. This message explains that in the beginning, when there was no life on Earth, these extraterrestrials came and created life on Earth.
Okay. From then on, people began to contact him after they saw him on television. That's when the movement started. As far as we know, in the beginning, Claude Varillon was not an authority figure, someone who takes himself too seriously. He was just a guy with a message to deliver, right? Then gradually, as I see it, he began to get off track. The attention went to his head. The approach changed from a laid-back atmosphere where no one was really in charge. There was no authority figure. This was back in the 1970s, when there was a sexual liberation movement happening and everyone was talking peace and love, to an approach that's entirely different today. If you compare the Claude Varillon that people knew back in the 1970s with the beloved prophet, as he is known today, dressed in his cosmonaut outfit that smells like mothballs, it's amazing to see how he has changed. I think that as he went along, Claude Varillon became a typical example of someone who is guru-fied. He became richer and richer. How much do we know about the truth of his original story? We do know that it contains a lot of contradictions. For example, we checked the weather conditions on the day that he supposedly met these beings, and it doesn't match what he said. There was a program on the M6 network in which a childhood friend of Claude Varillon's was interviewed. And this friend said that during the course of a meal together, Varillon had told him something like, "In any event, I made up the whole thing. You already knew that. It's not news to you."
According to Roland Chevalier, Vorillon came up with this tale, people believed him, and he was suddenly in the limelight with more social status than ever before. If you look at the description of Claude Vorillon given by Jacques Chancel, he was an ordinary middle-class guy who wore glasses. Then if you look at Claude Vorillon in the 1970s, he appears more lively and liberated. Everything Claude Vorillon says, his main theme is based on the theory of ancient astronauts. If you look at the cover of the first books published by Rael, you can't help but notice how they resemble books published by Robert Laffont, with a black background and yellow print. If you read Claude Vorillon's books, you soon realize that they're full of plagiarism. And his story about the Elohim? That's a plural Hebrew word, which for some people means extraterrestrials. That explanation comes from an author named Jean Saint-Guy, who wrote a book called The Moon Outpost of the Gods. What's interesting is that if you bring up these facts to the Raelians, they will simply tell you that other people had insights before he did, and that doesn't make him any less important. But as you dig deeper, you find plagiarism upon plagiarism. The shape of the flying saucer, for instance, obviously came directly from Adamski. The only difference was that Adamski described it and Claude Vorillon drew it. The similarities go on and on. He even used the symbol of the Star of David with a swastika in the center, which he stole from Adamski as well. It was mentioned in Adamski's book, Inside Spaceships. Everything that Claude Vorillon says has already been said by someone else before him. He simply puts a different spin on it and simplifies it. When you're familiar with other authors, it's more like bad science fiction than anything else. It's plagiarism pure and simple. And when I say he copied other people, I mean dates too. Not only did he steal the image of the flying saucer from Adamski, he also stole the date that the incident happened, December 13th.
Unlike France, where a climate of intolerance close to that of a witch hunt has been felt since the Solar Temple tragedy, we must resist the temptation to compare all cults or religious minority groups to extremists like the Solar Temple or Heaven's Gate. In actuality, very few of these groups are a real danger to their followers. The Raelian movement, founded by Claude Vorillon, may seem troubling since it is on the fringes of society, but it is still nothing more than a cult.
People seem to have started thinking that the Raelian movement is another religion, a sect that believes in God. No. I recall that my original messages were misconstrued by the tabloids. We're anything but a sect. We don't believe in God. We believe in extraterrestrials who are beings like you and I, but much more technologically advanced than we are, creating a sort of cultural shock at the technological level. It's a bit like the movie The Gods Must Be Crazy, where an empty Coke bottle lands on the ground and the bushman thinks to himself, the gods must have said this. There are no gods, and there's no such thing as a soul. That being said, how can we possibly be qualified as a sect? I don't understand. I wish to repeat that our religion, as you call it, is not religion at all. It's science.
The secularization of religion has led to a drop in spirituality within society. It's as if science was taking the place of religion. Religion is becoming more secularized, while science is becoming more spiritual. Science leads to technological advances. That was one of the traits of the 1950s, the movement towards idealizing technology. Even today, we're fixated with technology. Just look at computers. If I want to be socially accepted, I need a laptop computer and a cell phone. It's almost as if we identify ourselves with our technology. We live in a society where technology is all around us. The same thing happened to religion as well.
What we need to understand is that thanks to technology and science, the world we live in 20 years from now won't look anything like it does now. I'm telling you, it'll be totally different. People think that evolution is progressing at a constant rate, and it will take us centuries to advance. That's just not true. Why? Because of computers. That's what I explain in this book. Computers become almost twice as powerful each year. To sum it up, we've discovered more things in the past 20 years than we have in the entire history of the human race. In the next 10 years, we'll do the same thing. Then in 5 years, then in 2 years, then in less than a year, then in 6 months, then in 3 months. If we add up all those time frames, we arrive at 2020, 2025. By the time we get to that period, we'll be discovering more within 1 week than we did in the history of the human race. Then, in a day, eventually, we will get to the point where transhumans, as I like to call them, will be able to discover major principles within the space of a minute. By 2020, 2025, we'll know everything.
Extraterrestrials are the gods who created us, just like the Bible says that God created us. We have taken the biblical model and changed the word God to extraterrestrials, and we have replaced all of the acts of God with technological know-how, laser beams, clones produced in the lab, and so forth.
Cloning is a tool mentioned in the message from the Elohims. At first, our followers were a bit hesitant to talk about the connection between the Bible and extraterrestrials, but when it comes to science, young people get very excited. There's a big difference between the old academic scientists who are against anything new, which is normal since they're old and tired, the dinosaurs of science, and today's youth, who flock to us by the thousands, full of enthusiasm. We stated our mission from the outset 27 years ago. We're in favor of technological advances. That's why I wrote this book, Yes to Human Cloning. We're not just in favor of cloning, we're also in favor of genetic engineering. We're in favor of genetically altering plants. If you give me a choice between 2 boxes of strawberries, one of which is grown normally and the other genetically altered, I would immediately pick the box that was genetically altered. They contain far less pesticides, and even though they have modified genes, the digestive system can still break them down. They pose no threat to the human body. So-called normal plants are huge polluters. They are the reason why pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides are sprayed into nature. With genetically altered products, we are actually protecting the environment. Condemning anything that is new and modern is considered to be politically correct. But it's a false promotion of green products. We support anything that is new, without exception. Play games that are worth playing. Go ahead and play. Change your sources of pleasure. Find something new to excite you. Come and play in the game of life, where we can play together. 20 years from now, there'll be thousands of cloned children in perfect health. Just watch. 20 years from now, even if I'm not around anymore, you'll meet with my successors. And everyone will say, I can't believe how they criticized Rael back then.
Once the news was out that they had cloned Dolly the sheep, Rael was quick to announce that he was setting up the first company to clone humans. A few years later, I don't know whether or not you read his book, Yes to Human Cloning, but in it he explains that he made that statement for the publicity. Basically, in the beginning, Clonade was just a publicity stunt. I call that an empty shell. All those years that it was nothing more than an empty shell, he would tell people that they were doing something. They were going to clone a human. It would be soon, within a year. Then he announced that he was building a lab and they were working on the clone. The owner of the lab, Mark Hunt, who wished to remain anonymous since he was an American lawyer and politician, wanted to clone his child, who had died at an early age. He had asked the Raelians to do one thing, to verify whether his child's DNA could be used to create a clone. They couldn't even do that much, he said in the Charleston Gazette. It cost them the equivalent of $250,000.
Cette affaire a englouti l'équivalent de $250,000.
We're now asking parents to pay $200,000 to have their child cloned. After all, we're not talking about the price of a condom here.
As I told you earlier, Roland Chevalier publicly admitted that Rael had confessed to inventing everything. His daughter discovered the same thing. She got upset at her father, and as a result, she was excluded from the Raelian movement, excommunicated, as it were, and her cellular plan was cancelled. Your cellular plan is what allows you to be cloned on the Elohim's planet. The Raelians don't believe that we have a soul. Without a cellular plan, you can't come back to life. You're dead forever. So here, his own daughter was excluded from the Raelian movement, and her cellular plan was cancelled. Why? What I heard from ex-members is that she went around saying that her father was making up lies. Her name is Aurore Vorillon.
Other than the family problems caused by his speeches, Royel has been free to spread his teachings throughout Quebec. Perceived as amusing by the majority of the population, Royelian theories are for the most part harmless, according to experts.
If we look at these groups as a whole, we see that their emergence reflects changes in our society, especially in the area of religion. The Raelian movement reflects changes that have taken place in Europe and North America, especially with regards to the Catholic Church. I think that these new religions, and the Raelian movement in particular, are symptomatic of these changes in our society. What are the main characteristics of our society? Freedom and democracy. I think that the creation of these groups is actually a very positive sign. It means that we live in a society where we allow the creation of new concepts, even if they may at times seem bizarre. Taken from this angle, I don't think that we should see a danger in them. They're a sign that democracy is working. What worries me is when a group puts someone up on a pedestal, and that person starts losing sight of reality. From their pedestal, the person may start believing that anything is possible. They could say pretty much anything they wanted to, and people would believe them. I've read some of his material, and I thought to myself, this can't be possible. He goes on, it's like a joke. He's just rambling on. He's got to be aware that he's just spouting nonsense. It's as if he's testing his followers, pushing them to their limits. The problem is that they don't seem to have a limit. As time goes on, it just gets worse. What do I see as the danger when someone is that high up, always on a pedestal? They lose their sense of perspective. They can even end up believing all of the nonsense that they originally made up. We saw that happen with the Church of Scientology and its leader, Ron Hubbard, who upon his death had come to believe all of the tales he had told his followers. That's the danger.
On October 6, 1994, a story hit the newspapers and television networks. An unexpected and horrific event had just taken place in Morin Heights, Quebec. Police found the remains of two bodies in a burnt house, apparent victims of suicide. A few hours later, it was announced that 3 more bodies had been found. All of the victims had been members of a sect, the Order of the Solar Temple. And it seemed that some of the victims had not committed suicide. They had been killed in cold blood. While the population of Quebec was still reeling over this tragedy, another news story broke out even wilder that struck horror in the hearts of Europeans. In Cherry and Grand-Chaux-Savin, police officers had just found the bodies of 48 victims, also members of the Order of the Solar Temple, in the smoking remnants of 2 burnt homes. In total, there were 53 deaths, including several children. Journalists and police officers in Quebec and Switzerland sought a reason why the members of this sect would have done such a thing, and they discovered the disturbing teachings of the Solar Temple. The names of the 2 main leaders were released to the public: Joe DiMambro, the high priest of the temple, and Luc Jouret, a man who used his charisma to attract new members. Francois Bourbeau, the director of UFO Alert Quebec, remembers the first time that he met Luc Jouret.
When did I meet Luc Jouret? It was in 1985, during his first visit to Quebec. He gave me a brief interview about 20 minutes long. I saw him again in the fall of 1989 when I introduced him at a 3-hour-long conference in Quebec City. That
Именно
was when
тогда
I
я
saw the
увидел
real
настоящего Люка
Luke
Журе.
Jure. His hair was longer and he was a bit of a
Его волосы были
playboy.
длиннее, чем
He
раньше. Он
looked
вел
at the
себя
women
как
a lot,
плейбой, строил
and
глазки
he
женщинам,
changed
у
his
него даже
story
поменялась
somewhat.
речь. На
He
публике он
didn't
не
talk
говорил
about
об инопланетянах, о
extraterrestrials in
пришельцах он
public.
рассказывал мне в
He
приватной
spoke about
беседе.
them with me later in private.
Surtout parce que, et ça c'est...
But I learned that there was a dark
Но я
side to
узнал,
his
что у
story.
его истории была теневая сторона.
A
Мои
few of my
коллеги, которые писали
colleagues
о
who
Люке
were
в
working
журнале
on a
«Альтер
story
Эго»
for the
обнаружили, что
magazine
Люк Журе
Alter
работал
Ego
над проектом, который
discovered that
финансировала
Luc
крупная
Jure had a
инвестиционная
project
корпорация в
underway
Торонто, а именно аудиторская фирма Clarkson
with a
Gordon.
large investment corporation in Toronto, Clarkson Gordon to be exact, an
Они
accounting
собирались
firm,
построить гостиницу в Шавинигане.
to build a
Отель
hotel in
стоимостью в 13
Shawinigan
миллионов
worth
долларов
13
предусматривал
million,
в своем
with
проекте
a circular
посадочную
runway for
площадку для
flying
летающих
saucers to
тарелок.
land on.
An investigation by Quebec police officers revealed that several employees of Hydro-Quebec were gravitating towards the order of the Solar Temple. One of the tabloids soon inferred that the provincial government had been infiltrated by members of the Solar Temple. Inspector Jacques St. Pierre was closely involved in the investigation of the matter. He has a somewhat different interpretation.
What happened is that Luc Jure gave several conferences. He had an incredible amount of charisma. Some companies invited him to come and speak to their employees, and one of them was Hydro-Quebec. He had such a charismatic aura about him that some people were drawn to what he had to say. Some people believe in religion, while others have lost faith. They no longer have any lifetime dreams or goals. They've achieved everything that they hoped to achieve, and now they're looking for something new to latch onto, to feel alive again. That's what happened in some cases. Certain people may have found something interesting in what Luc Jure had to say and decided to join his cause.
At first, the Order of the Solar Temple based itself on beliefs and rites harking back to the days of Templars and medieval knights, creating rituals that involved not only famous symbols such as Excalibur, but also more modern religious items. When asked about the ceremonies that took place within the sanctuary of the temple, some members confided to investigators that they had seen several strange phenomena, such as the appearance of cosmic masters. Some of these visions, or should I say illusions, were likely created using classic techniques practiced by magicians, or perhaps a sophisticated holographic projector.
During the investigation, I also learned that Mr. Dutoit, one of the victims in Morin Heights, had been a self-educated man. He would have been capable of producing a machine to project holograms. The reason why Mr. Dutoit died is because he knew everything that was going on. He couldn't stick around here on Earth. He had to be killed.
In addition to the medieval rituals symbolizing knighthood, the Order of the Solar Temple gradually began to integrate an extraterrestrial element. When the time came, Temple members would have the exclusive privilege of being transported across the galaxy to the planet Sirius, where a better life awaited them.
The fact that they were expecting the world to come to an end did not make them dangerous. Christianity has existed for 2,000 years and is based on that belief. We have no criteria for determining how dangerous a group is becoming. As is often the case, right up until a week before the tragic events, we had no idea that anything was going wrong. All we know is that it builds slowly, like internal combustion, and it only takes a minor shift within for panic to strike, and then boom.
Paf.
Joe DiMambro's days were numbered. When we investigated, we discovered that he had been very sick. He was not expected to live long. Since he didn't have anyone to replace him, to take charge of the solar temple once he was gone, the days of the order itself were numbered as well. That was probably what drove Joe DiMambro to decide that the time had come for the trip to Sirius. There was no one to carry on the temple.
Even if we can try to understand what was going through Joe DiMambro's mind when he announced that it was time for the trip to Sirius, it's even harder for us to understand why he wasn't content to just take volunteers with him, why he chose to murder certain members of the Solar Temple.
Several members were murdered, and I can explain why. In the teachings of the Solar Temple, there was one element that was fundamental. Eventually, they would be transported to Sirius. But members of the Order of the Solar Temple would not have committed suicide. Suicide was forbidden within the temple. The only way to be transported to Sirius was by fire. Among the victims, there were people who actually believed the teachings. But as you know, there's a big difference between believing something and acting on it. So some members believed in the teachings, believed that they would someday find themselves on the way to Sirius, but not necessarily when Joe DiMambro decided they would. Numerology was important to them and played a key role in their teachings, so they needed a precise number of victims. Since the number of members willing to make the trip with Joe DiMambro was lower than the predetermined number, they decided that they needed to kill enough members to make up the difference. If you were to ask me what the leaders of the Solar Temple said to their members, what they hoped to gain, I think the answer is quite simple. They wanted the same thing as every guru in charge of every sect: money and power.
Barely 4 years after the Solar Temple horror, another cosmic visionary made the headline. This time in California, Marshall Herf Applewhite. In 1972, after receiving a series of treatments at a psychiatric hospital in Houston, Applewhite and one of his nurses, Bonnie Lou Nettles, began a spiritual odyssey based on their alleged contact with extraterrestrials. Dubbed the Two, Applewhite and Nettles used the Bible to attract followers to their flock, specifically the Book of Revelation, chapter 11, verse 3. I will give power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days. Naturally, the two witnesses spoken of in the Holy Scriptures were none other than our two cosmic gurus, Applewhite and Nettles, who began to go by the names Bo and Peep. Through telepathic contact with friendly extraterrestrials, the gurus learned that evil extraterrestrials were preparing to destroy the human race. Their cosmic visionaries instructed them to identify a group of chosen ones to be removed from Earth and placed in safety. In the spring of 1997, UFO researchers noticed a strange light at the tail end of Comet Hale-Bopp. Marshall Applewhite, who had changed the name of the group to Heaven's Gate when Nettles died in 1985, said that he was certain this light was the famous spaceship coming to take the disciples away, despite formal contradictions by professional astronomers.
Heaven's Gate was a much more self-contained group. If there was any interaction with the outside world, it would have been through the internet, since several members had websites. But overall, they operated as a small group and kept to themselves, which led to the incidents that took place in California.
After having videotaped farewell messages to their friends and family, the 21 women and 18 men in Heaven's Gate took a deadly drink containing alcohol laced with the drug.
Секта Небесные Врата верила в инопланетян. Существование группы закончилось этой жуткой трагедией — коллективным самоубийством 35 человек.
Do I think that the aliens are a UFO-based movement like, say, Heaven's Gate was a UFO-based movement that ended in the tragedy that we all know, the collective suicide of 35 people? My first reaction is to say, no, I don't think so. But I would like to add that there are things going on within the alien movement that aren't exactly kosher.
We're in favor of eugenics.
Geniocracy means rule by geniuses. It's an elitism view. And added to this elitism is the idea of genetic purity, which must be absolute. If you are genetically impure, the Elohims, the creators, don't want you around.
Tiny robots so small that you could fit billions of them into a drop of water.
Just imagine if Rael were to have a successor that took all of this stuff seriously.
The tragedies that took place within the Order of the Solar Temple and Heaven's Gate make us wonder if perhaps legislators and the police should take more drastic measures to prevent any further carnage.
Can we predict when things will get out of control within a sect to the point of suicide? That's a difficult question to answer. If it were predictable, then the police would be able to step in and prevent it from happening.
I live in a democratic society, and as I always say, as long as I respect the freedom of others, I guarantee my own freedom.
When we talk about groups that are similar to the Order of the Solar Temple, we need to get one thing straight. The Quebec Provincial Police carry out an investigation whenever a crime is committed. But if no crime is committed, the police have no reason to investigate. They don't go around investigating things just for the fun of it. A crime must have been committed. Obviously, there are other groups that resemble the Solar Temple. But until a crime is committed, the Quebec police force does not get involved.
Personally, I prefer to live in a tolerant society rather than one which believes in witch hunts like France.
It's unfortunate that people think there is a witch hunt going on in our society. As a volunteer of an association, my own personal goal is not to pursue a witch hunt. It's more a matter of prevention and precaution. I feel that people are wrong in thinking that we are conducting a witch hunt. French legislators have no wish to instate a witch hunt of any kind. France is a democratic country, a secular state. It's important to separate spiritual matters from worldly matters.
Separating spiritual matters from worldly matters. For individuals questioning their existence, isn't it more satisfying to the ego to know that you are a member of a chosen few? Isn't it somehow gratifying to rub elbows with visionaries who are the reincarnation of Socrates, Mona Lisa, or even Jesus himself? And when these cosmic gurus invite us to join them on an intergalactic journey to a far-off paradise, how can we turn down such an inviting offer? How can we tell the difference between spiritual matters and worldly matters? How can we unmask the imposter disguised as a cosmic visionary? Now that we are in the 21st century, contact with extraterrestrials are far from subsiding. They are being used more and more often by gurus. This brings to mind a quote by Victor Stokowski, who wrote a major paper on visitors from other worlds called Men, Gods, and Extraterrestrials. We may not like the world as it is. We may find reality to be confusing, boring, and at times cruel. But it is dangerous to dwell in the absolute certainty that beyond this reality lies a mystical paradise, a better life that we can achieve by sacrificing our life in the here and now.
If a group is led by someone who is so terrific, so personable, so humane that you find yourself thinking, why haven't I heard of this person before? And when the goal of the group is so fantastic that you find yourself thinking, this is too good to be true, well, then it probably is too good to be true. Always use discernment.
It's May 3rd,
3 мая 1957 года молодой офицер просматривал пленку, отснятую несколько часов назад. Пока это был только негатив, но уже можно было с уверенностью сказать, что эти кадры имеют исключительное значение. На пленке было снято приземление неизвестного летательного аппарата по форме напоминающего диск. 6 лет спустя Лерой Гордон Купер станет национальным героем. Он будет последним американским астронавтом, который проведет одиночный полет в капсуле Меркурий. Но те кадры так и останутся государственной тайной. НЛО. Факты и фальсификации. Научный взгляд на таинственный феномен НЛО. Попытка разобраться в необъяснимых на сегодняшний день явлениях. Говорят, военные всегда интересовались феноменом НЛО, не только в США, но и во всем мире. Военное начальство всегда относилось к этим исследованиям как к сверхсекретной деятельности. Имеют ли эти слухи реальные основания? Действительно ли информация об НЛО может являться государственной тайной? 30 декабря 1947 года в связи с участившимися свидетельствами наблюдений за НЛО министр обороны Джеймс Форрестоу учреждает специальный комитет по расследованию этих случаев. SETI, научно-технический центр главного штаба ВВС США, располагался на военно-воздушной базе Райт-Паттерсон в Дейтоне, штат Огайо. Его деятельность стала известна под кодовым названием «Проект Знак». Но прежде чем эта организация начала официальное исследование, ВВС США столкнулись с кризисной ситуацией. Днем 7 января 1948 года, спустя неделю после создания проекта «Знак», пилот Национальной гвардии Томас Мантел потерпел крушение на своем самолете P-51, когда преследовал большой объект сферической формы серебристого цвета над штатом Кентукки. Этот инцидент стал первым расследованием проекта «Знак». Согласно официальным документам, Мантел принял за НЛО Венеру. Он не надел кислородную маску и, выйдя за пределы безопасной для жизни высоты, потерял сознание, что стало причиной катастрофы. Однако такое объяснение не удовлетворило военное руководство. В 1952 году за расследование дела Мантела принялись представители ВВС США. Они пришли к заключению, что пилот принял за НЛО шар-зонд. Дело Мантела имеет огромное значение. Инцидент произошел в начале 50-х, когда общество всерьез заинтересовалось феноменом НЛО. Именно тогда появилось определение «летающая тарелка». Нельзя забывать о том, насколько важна в то время была эта тема для общественности. Бесконечное обсуждение фактов наблюдения НЛО и быстро распространяющиеся слухи могли стать косвенной причиной гибели Мантела. Профессиональный пилот трагически погибает. Из-за чего? Да, он совершил ошибку, но Мантел находился под огромным влиянием общественного интереса к НЛО. Этот случай лишний раз подтверждает, насколько феномен НЛО захватил в конце 40-х, начале 50-х годов сознание американцев. Смерть Мантела стала первым случаем смерти человека, которую напрямую связывали с НЛО. Это обстоятельство только подогрело интерес к делу. Интерес общественности к делу Мантела только добавил проблем проекту «Знак». Ситуация осложнялась тем, что со всех концов страны поступали новые и новые сообщения о наблюдениях НЛО. 24 июля 1948 года два пилота восточных авиалиний сообщили, что, пролетая над Алабамой, они видели яркий цилиндрической формы объект. Им удалось избежать столкновения с неизвестным предметом. Военное руководство было не на шутку обеспокоено. Проекту «Знак» поступила директива провести подробный анализ ситуации. Что нам известно о проекте «Знак»? С самого начала аналитики, работающие на военно-воздушной базе Райт-Паттерсон в Огайо, разделились между собой. Одни были уверены, что они действительно имеют дело с инопланетным кораблем. Можно сказать, эту точку зрения разделяло большинство. Другие же утверждали, что подобное развитие ситуации невозможно. Случившемуся должно было быть научное объяснение. Просто его необходимо найти. Ученым не давали покоя многочисленные сообщения свидетелей. Летом 1948 года огромное количество людей наблюдали в небе НЛО. Один случай произошел в Нидерландах, другой через несколько дней над Алабамой в Америке. Похоже, в обоих случаях свидетели наблюдали один и тот же объект. Он развивал колоссальную скорость, но в то же время его контуры были прекрасно видны. В те дни его наблюдали многие пилоты. Объект двигался на высоте, недоступной самолетам того времени. Команда проекта «Знак» пишет отчет под названием «Оценка ситуации». Ни одна копия этого документа так и не была представлена общественности. Однако есть все основания полагать, что такой отчет действительно был создан. Есть люди, которые утверждают, что читали или видели эти документы. Судя по всему, оценка ситуации учеными была следующей. Да, НЛО существует. Мы полагаем, что это межпланетные корабли инопланетян. Этот документ оказался на столе командующего ВВС США генерала Хойта Вандерберга. По слухам, Вандерберг не одобрил представленный отчет и потребовал другой вариант объяснения случившегося. Он был ему представлен. С тех пор теория о существовании НЛО стала закрытой темой для участников проекта «Знак». Предположительно, после того, как были отвергнуты первоначальные заключения ученых о внеземном происхождении неопознанных летающих объектов, генерал Хойт Вандерберг приказал немедленно сжечь все копии этого документа. В феврале 1949 года SETI представил на рассмотрение новый отчет. На этот раз в нем не было даже упоминания об инопланетных кораблях. Однако в документе утверждалось, что 20% наблюдаемых объектов так и не были опознаны. В результате Пентагон вместо проекта «Знак» создает новую исследовательскую группу, которая должна была свести к минимуму количество свидетельств наблюдений за спорными объектами. Эта группа стала известна как проект «Градж». Наступили смутные времена. Спустя 11 месяцев было сделано официальное заявление, согласно которому так называемое НЛО — это всего лишь неправильно истолкованные явления, которые преувеличиваются вследствие массовой истерии или желания разыграть общественность. В сентябре 1951 после сообщений о неопознанных летающих объектах над Нью-Джерси, ВВС США возобновили деятельность проекта «Градж». Руководил расследованием капитан Эдвард Руппельт, но в отличие от своих предшественников, он куда серьезнее подошел к исполнению своих обязанностей. Руппельт считал, что расследование должно быть проведено до конца, что привело к созданию в 1952 году проекта «Голубая книга». Действия капитана Руппельта всколыхнули интерес широкой публики к проблеме НЛО. Все надеялись, что расследование Руппельта будет непредвзятым. Он подключил к делу в качестве научного консультанта астрофизика из Северо-Западного университета в Иллинойсе Джозефа Аллена Хайника. К сожалению, в июле 1952 года политическая ситуация в стране изменилась. НЛО наблюдали непосредственно в небе столицы Соединенных Штатов. Представитель ВВС США генерал Джон Сэмфорд дал пресс-конференцию, на которой заявил, что эти огни всего лишь природные феномены, вызванные температурными перепадами. Этому объяснению было сложно поверить. Несколько федеральных агентств, включая ЦРУ, требовали встречи для обсуждения сложившейся ситуации. Мания летающих тарелок могла привести к массовым беспорядкам в стране. Когда в январе 1953 года наконец было создано совещание, сотрудники ЦРУ заявили, чтобы успокоить общественность, следует объяснить эти явления либо мистификацией, либо неверным истолкованием природных явлений. ВВС США приказали Руппельту сделать все возможное для достижения этой цели. Теперь деятельность проекта «Голубая книга» заключалась исключительно в предоставлении лояльной национальной политики информации. Через несколько месяцев Руппельт, не согласный с новым направлением работы, подал в отставку. Проект «Голубая книга» пришел на смену проекту «Знак», который был затем преобразован в «Градж». Голубая книга была основана весной 1952 года. Причиной появления этого проекта — многочисленные свидетельства наблюдений над американской территорией НЛО. Военные решили, что команда, работающая над столь важной проблемой, должна иметь более высокий статус. Так и появился новый проект «Голубая книга». Капитан Руппельт возглавлял проект около 2 лет, с 1952 по 1953 годы. Он уже добился немалого, но в 1952 году сложилась кризисная ситуация и последующий инцидент, известный под названием «Вашингтонская карусель». В течение 2 недель по выходным небеса над столицей кишели НЛО, и об этом нельзя было промолчать. В Вашингтоне состоялась большая пресс-конференция. На ней военные утверждали, что эти объекты всего лишь мираж. Но эти объяснения звучали неубедительно. Политика внутри проекта претерпела серьезные изменения. Изучение феномена НЛО не рассматривалось первоначальной задачей. Именно тогда Руппельт решает выйти из проекта «Голубая книга». Перед ним поставили четкую задачу. Необходимо найти другое объяснение происходящему. Нам об этом стало известно после того, как был снят гриф секретности с некоторых правительственных документов. Позиция была следующей. Если проекту «Голубая книга» удается найти объяснение загадочному феномену, оно тут же будет обнародовано. В противном случае необходимо сделать вид, что ничего не произошло. То есть теперь деятельность проекта сводилась к тому, чтобы свести к минимуму необъяснимую часть феномена НЛО. Теперь проект «Голубая книга» преследовал цель найти естественное объяснение феномена НЛО. Ведущим игроком в новой игре стал Алан Хайнек, астрофизик, который почти 20 лет проработал в этом проекте вплоть до конца 60-х. Деятельность проекта «Голубая книга» официально стала первым независимым исследованием феномена НЛО. Все свидетельства очевидцев, все существующие материалы на эту тему были собраны вместе. При этом анализом ситуации занимался университет, независимый от правительства. Можно даже сказать, более независимый, чем хотелось бы правительству. Хайнек знал об НЛО больше, чем кто бы то ни было, и весьма интересовался этой темой. В то же время он вел двойную игру. В итоге Хайнек предложил следующую идею. Скорее всего, увиденные в небе огни и летающие объекты могут быть связаны с другими необъяснимыми случаями, происходившими в то время. Например, в Кентукки в 1955 году женщина видела в своем доме непонятное существо. Известно несколько подобных случаев. Хайнек чувствовал себя вполне уверенно. Он прекрасно знал, что ЦРУ испытывает явный интерес к определенным аспектам феномена НЛО. Например, необходимо было разобраться со слухами, которые могли вызвать нежелательные последствия для американского общества. То есть проект занимался не только научной, но и частично общественной работой. При этом подчеркиваю, что это было первое официальное исследование феномена НЛО, предпринятое правительством Соединенных Штатов. Впоследствии, благодаря ему, в 1969 году появился первый официальный отчет о ситуации. До середины 60-х годов проект «Голубая книга» занимался преуменьшением значимости феномена НЛО, пытаясь убедить общественность, что летающие тарелки — ничто другое, как вполне объяснимое природное явление. Но весной 1966 года НЛО наблюдали сразу же в 3 городах штата — Мичиган, Энн-Арбор, Декстер и Хиллсдейл. ВВС США сразу же откомандировала на место события Алана Хайнека. Он предположил, что этот феномен стал следствием выделения болотами метана. Это заявление стало началом конца проекта «Голубая книга». Идея метановых газов, появившаяся в 60-х годах, была предложена именно профессором Хайнеком. Об этом он написал в своей книге «Отчет об НЛО Хайнека». В то время в Энн-Арборе, штат Мичиган, было очень много свидетельств появления в небе странных огней. Анализируя эту ситуацию сегодня, можно предположить, что объяснением этого феномена была повышенная тектоническая активность, а не нашествие инопланетных кораблей. Похожие огни наблюдали и в Эстолоне. Они появляются на поверхности от движения внутриземной коры. Однако в то время эти огни казались чем-то сверхъестественным. Хайнек нашел вполне удовлетворительное объяснение, которое вовсе не было абсурдно. К сожалению, из этой сырой теории раздули впечатляющий скандал. Правительство тут же заявило, вот она разгадка необъяснимым явлением. Все случаи появления НЛО можно теперь объяснить действием метановых газов. Это, конечно, была неверная позиция. Можно сказать, правительство совершило ошибку по неведению. Еще раз повторюсь, теория Хайнека не являлась вопиющей глупостью, просто она не подходила стопроцентно под все известные случаи. Стоит отметить, что в те времена отчеты о феномене НЛО не отличались абсолютной ясностью. Люди уверены, что они видят межпланетный корабль, а им говорят ерунда, это всего лишь навсего результат действия метановых газов. В итоге оставшиеся документы и свидетельства носят крайне противоречивый характер. Можно сказать, что проект «Голубая книга» потерпел фиаско из-за необоснованной идеи профессора Хайнека по поводу действия метановых газов. Неудовлетворенная полученным объяснением, пресса искала более правдоподобный вариант. В разгар происходящих событий военное руководство учреждает специальный комитет, в состав которого вошли как военные, так и ученые. Было принято решение, что отныне заниматься феноменом НЛО будут штатские сотрудники. Армию стоит освободить от непосильных для нее научных исследований раз навсегда. ВВС США с облегчением передали груз своих проблем в лабораторию Университета Колорадо. К тому времени проект «Голубая книга» окончательно себя дискредитировал. Естественно, это бросило тень на ВВС США, которые стояли за ним. Люди больше не верили официальным объяснениям. То метеозонды, то шаровые молнии, то планета Венера, скачущая по небу. Относиться серьезно к подобным заявлениям было невозможно. Нет ничего удивительного в том, что ВВС США жаждали избавиться от проекта «Голубая книга». Но полностью отказаться от участия в исследованиях они не могли. Военные не имели права заявить, феномен НЛО не имеет к нам никакого отношения. Никто не мог с уверенностью сказать, что НЛО не представляет угрозу национальной безопасности. И вот в 1966 году ВВС США с большим облегчением передали свою головную боль в Университет Колорадо. Он был выбран среди сотен других претендентов. Свой выбор военные объяснили тем, что необходимо изучить, наконец, эту проблему досконально именно с научной точки зрения. Проект Колорадо, также известный как проект Кондона, действовал 2 года. В финале было вынесено научное заключение. Феномен НЛО не стоит времени и усилий, затраченных на его исследование. Он не представляет угрозу национальной безопасности, поэтому военные с полным правом могут забыть об этой проблеме и официально прекратить проект «Голубая книга». Как оказалось, директор Университета Колорадо Эдвард Кондон, физик с мировым именем, ничего не знал и знать не хотел о феномене НЛО. Мнение о проблеме у него сформировалось задолго до окончания проекта. Идея существования НЛО — полная чушь. Даже не приступив к исследованиям, он повсеместно заявлял об этом прессе в своих интервью. Естественно, подобная категоричность поселила сомнения среди участников и создателей проекта. Их начальник публично заявлял о своем негативном отношении к исследованиям. Немаловажно отметить, что многие участники проекта были уволены, им даже не дали возможность завершить свою работу. Роберт Лоу, участвовавший в проекте Колорадо, опубликовал собственные записи. Оказывается, в самом начале работы в проекте в 1966 году он отправил руководству университета служебную записку по поводу предстоящего исследования. В ней говорилось следующее. Наша цель — убедить весь мир, что мы всерьез занимаемся научным изучением феномена НЛО. В действительности мы даже не надеемся на реальные результаты. Об этом мнении Лоу стало известно широкой публике через год после старта проекта. Естественно, оно вызвало противоречивые чувства. Как видите, есть свидетельство предвзятого отношения участников проекта к собственной работе. Разумеется, в отчете проекта Кондона есть множество серьезных ошибок и просчетов. Это непродуманный и бездоказательный документ. Заключение не следует из приведенных фактов. Часть документов они изучили как следует, часть, похоже, не читали вообще. Но, несмотря ни на что, этот отчет не достиг цели, которую на него возлагали. Противоречия вокруг феномена НЛО так и остались неразрешенными. И этот момент имеет огромное значение. Отчет проекта Кондона увидел свет в январе 1969 года. Пресса заявила, все понятно, ничего нет и никогда не было, все это выдумки. Военные потирали руки. Наконец-то проблема снята с повестки дня. Можно, не задумываясь, закрывать проект «Голубая книга». И к концу года его действительно закрыли. Что можно сказать в заключении? Отчет Кондона был несуразен, но он сыграл немаловажную роль в истории уфологии. Заключения проекта «Колорадо» были совершенно невразумительны. Не случайно возникли предположения, что доктор Контон даже не удосужился ознакомиться с документами, прежде чем делать окончательные выводы. Как только был опубликован отчет Контона и закрыт проект «Голубая книга», ВВС США самоотстранились от изучения феномена НЛО, по крайней мере официально. После 1969 года ВВС США официально не предпринимали никаких дальнейших шагов в изучении неопознанных летающих объектов. Этой позиции они придерживались на протяжении последующих 30 лет. В действительности, разумеется, все было не так. Например, нам известно, что в 70-х годах НЛО были неоднократно замечены над северноамериканской границей, а также в небе канадского города Онтарио. События на северных границах в ноябре 1975 года привлекли пристальное внимание военных. В наших руках оказался один интересный документ, а именно докладная записка генерала Карла Боландера, датированная 1969 годом. В ней говорится, что важнейшая информация об НЛО, связанная с угрозой госбезопасности, никогда не передавалась участникам проекта «Голубая книга». Об этом он заявляет прямо. То есть у нас есть все основания полагать, что в действительности военные продолжали изучать феномен НЛО. Шли закрытые обсуждения возможных новых проектов, таких как созвездие Водолея, лунная пыль и ряду других. Возможно, эти проекты и существуют, даже действуют по некоторым свидетельствам до настоящего времени. У меня нет оснований заявлять об этом с уверенностью. Те документы, которые предположительно касаются деятельности проекта «Созвездие Водолея», сами нуждаются в экспертизе на подлинность. Пока на них не стоит полагаться, поэтому мы не будем делать далеко идущие выводы по поводу сути и целей этого проекта. Однако совершенно очевидно следующее. Исследование феномена НЛО военными в США продолжается и сегодня. Военные утверждают, что все имеющиеся материалы о наблюдениях НЛО доступны в национальных архивах. Но у нас есть основания полагать, что эти документы только верхушка огромного айсберга. Я знаю нескольких астронавтов, которые довольно серьезно относятся к феномену НЛО. Эдгар Митчелл, к примеру, был шестым человеком, который ступил на Луну. Он говорил мне о своей уверенности, что власти США располагают некой закрытой информацией об НЛО, и ее они скрывают вот уже 50 лет. На данный момент изучением феномена НЛО занимается специальная организация, состоящая из участников предыдущих проектов. Астронавт Гордон Купер также весьма интересуется данной проблемой. В конце 50-х годов он был директором Центра полетов в Калифорнии. Именно тогда до него дошла информация о приземлении летающей тарелки на дне высохшего озера, которое было заснято его собственными операторами. В тот день они должны были снимать экспериментальные полеты пилотов. Купер подтвердил, что знает размер летающей тарелки 10-12 метров в диаметре. Он не видел это событие собственными глазами, но отсмотрел заснятую пленку. Ему приказали срочно отправить ее в Вашингтон. Больше об этой истории ничего не известно. Со времени действия проекта «Голубая книга» прошло более 30 лет, но есть предположение, что некоторые документы так и остаются недоступными общественности в военных архивах. Эта государственная тайна еще долго так и останется неприкосновенной. После Второй мировой войны большинство стран-участниц НАТО предоставили США право изучения НЛО. Однако все они продолжали вести свои собственные исследования этого феномена. В начале 50-х годов ВВС Канады и Департамент транспорта провели несколько совещаний, обсуждая феномен НЛО. Эти встречи стали известны под названием «Проект «Повторное расследование». В марте 1953 года комитет пришел к выводу, что дело об НЛО не заслуживает пристального внимания. Но только в 1967 году канадские военные передали документы в национальные архивы. За все это время они провели лишь несколько поверхностных исследований, сделав вывод, что НЛО не могут стать угрозой национальной безопасности страны. Даже в наши дни военные отслеживают свидетельства очевидцев НЛО с единственной целью — обеспечить национальную безопасность. Они внимательно следят за тем, что происходит в воздушном пространстве. Мы точно знаем, что все контрольные пункты, которые отслеживают перемещение воздушных судов, наблюдают и за появлением в небе НЛО. Когда диспетчер получает телефонный звонок или сообщение пилота о появлении в небе неопознанного летающего объекта, он обязан заполнить специальный отчет и послать его на 22-ю базу в Северном заливе. Эта секретная военная база охраняет все воздушные пространства Канады и тесно сотрудничает с базой Чайен в Колорадо. Если военные обнаруживают в воздушном пространстве Канады объект, который отказывается себя идентифицировать, следуя жестким инструкциям, для перехвата высылается военный самолет. В нашем случае истребитель-штурмовик SF-18, широко известный под названием «Шершень». Как правило, они вылетают с военной базы Бегло. Задача «Шершня» — перехватить, идентифицировать и выпроводить воздушное судно за пределы национальной территории. Если же объект не отвечает на запросы по радио, военные имеют полное право открыть огонь на поражение. Мне кажется, есть огромная разница между нашим представлением о задачах военных и тем, что они в действительности делают. В реальности их полномочия можно уложить в 3 пункта — найти, идентифицировать и, в противном случае, уничтожить объект. За это им и платят. Должен заметить, что НЛО для военных не являются задачей первостепенной важности. Они не должны заниматься изучением феномена НЛО. Скажу больше, военные всерьез не относятся ко всем спорам вокруг этого необъяснимого явления. Пока ничто не угрожает национальной безопасности, они просто регистрируют факт появления в небе некоего странного объекта. На этом, как правило, для них все и заканчивается. Затем информация передается на базу Чайен в Колорадо. На этом полномочия военных и заканчиваются. В конце 70-х годов вся информация по НЛО собиралась в институте Херцберга в Оттаве. Затем на основе полученных данных создавался научный отчет. Ситуация изменилась в середине 90-х, когда консервативное правительство Брайана Мелрони урезало финансирование проекта. С тех пор ничего значительного не происходило. Это значит только одно: от военных не следует ожидать серьезного исследования феномена НЛО. Однако в канадской истории уфологии был случай, который весьма заинтересовал военных. В 1967 году геолог-любитель Стефан Микалок заметил странный летающий объект неподалеку от озера Фалькон, штат Манитоба. Стефан Микалок был скромным инженером. Он эмигрировал в Канаду из Польши во время войны. В 1967 году Стефан занимался геологическими исследованиями в удаленной местности штата Манитоба. Впрочем, это место находилось всего в нескольких километрах от оживленного шоссе. В той местности много залежей золота и серебра. Стефан устроил привал, чтобы перекусить, и неожиданно он увидел приземление на скалы круглого объекта серебристого цвета, диаметр которого был 10-15 метров. На вид он был как летающие тарелки, которые встречаются в голливудских фильмах. Объект находился очень близко. От него исходил яркий свет, по-видимому, из отверстия в куполе. Через несколько мгновений на одной из его сторон открылась небольшая дверь, И оттуда тоже стал бить яркий свет. Забавно, но Стефан даже не понял, что перед ним инопланетный космический корабль. Разумеется, он решил, что это некий американский секретный летающий объект, новое слово техники. Возможно, произошла поломка, рассуждал Стефан, и пилоты решили посадить свое судно так, чтобы его никто не увидел. Он не побоялся подойти к объекту и прокричать в открытую дверь: «Привет, ребята, что там у вас стряслось? Сломался ваш суперсамолет? Не беда, я вам помогу его починить». Стефан уверял, что слышал приглушенные разговоры внутри объекта, человеческие разговоры, как полагал он. Как только он заговорил, шум прекратился. Тогда Стефан решил, что, возможно, этот самолет не имеет никакого отношения к Штатам. Наверняка это русский самолет-шпион. Стефан прокричал то же самое по-русски. Он владел несколькими языками. Потом попробовал по-немецки и даже по-польски, но никакого ответа не дождался. Стефан подошел к открытой двери и прикоснулся к ней. На руках у него были резиновые перчатки. Он их всегда использовал во время работы на скалах. Ему тут же пришлось отдернуть руку. Перчатка начала плавиться, настолько горячей была температура поверхности объекта. Дверь немедленно закрылась, объект плавно приподнялся и начал разворачиваться. Волна горячего воздуха отбросила Стефана в сторону. Объект взмыл в небо и исчез. Горячий воздух стал причиной возгорания одежды Стефана, и в течение нескольких минут он боролся с огнем, срывая из себя горящую одежду. Как только опасность миновала, Стефан почувствовал сильную тошноту и боль. Он получил ожоги второй и третьей степени, но все же сумел добраться до небольшого мотеля, в котором остановился. Тот находился в нескольких километрах от места происшествия. Естественно, ему срочно требовалась медицинская помощь. Спустя несколько часов он приехал в городок Виннипег. Позвонив своим родным из больницы, он попросил их приехать. Стефан сказал, что сильно обжегся во время ремонта самолета. Врачи приняли необходимые меры. Он действительно был в ужасном состоянии. Его мутило, голова болела и кружилась. Стефан рассказал своей семье правду намного позже. Он был уверен, что видел секретный самолет, возможно, иностранный, не американский, не канадский, поэтому он полагал, что его долг проинформировать об этом власти. Он обратился в одну из местных газет и рассказал репортеру обо всем, что с ним произошло. Естественно, журналист весьма заинтересовался невероятной историей. В результате она стала известна далеко за пределами Канады. Случай Стефана расследовался более тщательно, нежели любая другая история, связанная с НЛО. Поначалу власти передали таинственное дело сержанту Полу Биски, представителю канадских ВВС. Его отчет был полон противоречий. Биски признавал, что Миколок ничего не придумал. Тем не менее, сержант полагал, что увиденный им объект — чья-то шутка или просто галлюцинация. Биски совершенно не верил ни в какие летающие тарелки. В документах по его расследованию мы обнаружили весьма примечательное письмо. В нем Биски признавался, что он собирался напоить Стефана в баре, чтобы тот наконец признался в розыгрыше. Следователь искал любую зацепку, чтобы доказать, что со Стефаном случилось нечто другое. Тем не менее, стоит признать, что Биски вел расследование весьма тщательно. Проблема была только в том, что он был абсолютно уверен в своей правоте, и поэтому не мог быть объективным. Заключение Биски не удовлетворило власти, особенно когда в образцах Земли с места происшествия были обнаружены радиоактивные вещества. Я сам вырос в тех же местах, где жил Стефан. В детстве дружил с одним из его сыновей. Прекрасно помню, как он рассказал мне, что его отец тяжело болен, он страшно обжегся. В то время, естественно, я не обратил на это внимания. Но впоследствии я начал интересоваться вопросами, связанными с феноменом НЛО. Я продолжал общаться с семьей Николака, задавал им массу вопросов о том странном случае. Стефан сам показывал мне многочисленные рубцы от ожогов на своем теле и рассказывал эту историю, так похожую на фильм. С одной стороны, мы имеем дело с фантастическим случаем, больше похожим на выдумку, но она подтверждается реальными фактами. Это найденные в Земле радиоактивные вещества и ожоги на теле Стефана. Все показания подтверждаются следственной экспертизой. Мне кажется, что в данном случае все зависит от той точки зрения, которой придерживаетесь именно вы. Для одних это может быть доказательство того, что земляне уже сталкивались с инопланетянами нос к носу. Другие посчитают эту историю шуткой, розыгрышем. Что же, если это действительно так? Можно сказать, это самый продуманный и тщательно подготовленный розыгрыш за всю историю человечества. Это дело так и не получило внятных объяснений. Даже сегодня, спустя 35 лет, часть данных по этому случаю держится под грифом секретности. Министерство обороны считает эти документы государственной тайной. В Европе нет закона о свободе информации, поэтому получить доступ к военным документам практически невозможно. Известно, что британское правительство всегда интересовалось феноменом НЛО. С 1991 по 1994 год изучением свидетельств о наблюдении НЛО занимался Ник Пол. С 1991 по 1994 годы я работал в Министерстве обороны. Моей основной задачей были расследования случаев, связанных с феноменом НЛО, чтобы определить вероятность опасности для Соединенного Королевства. Ежегодно я получал 200-300 свидетельств. Я должен был проанализировать каждый и сделать соответствующие выводы, постараться найти приемлемое объяснение каждого случая. Мне удавалось добиться цели в 90, даже 95% случаев. Но всякий раз оставались те злополучные 5%, которые невозможно было объяснить. Я занимался этим 3 года. Но моя должность в различных вариациях существовала гораздо дольше, примерно с начала 50-х годов. Несомненно, работа продолжается и в наше время. Говоря об этом, должен признать, что на протяжении всего этого времени отношение министерства к предмету нашей беседы постоянно менялось. Разумеется, во многом это зависело от человека, который занимал мою должность. Например, лично я довольно серьезно интересовался феноменом НЛО. Не могу сказать того же самого обо всех сотрудниках министерства. Британское министерство обороны интересовалось феноменом НЛО с 50-х годов. Администрация Черчилля отслеживала действия американских военных. Британская пресса всегда же была склонна к панике. Военные пытались определить природу загадочных летающих объектов. Возможно, это новое оружие русских. Как мы уже говорили, интерес британского правительства к НЛО начался с 50-х годов. В те годы все прекрасно знали, что происходит в Америке. Масса свидетельств наблюдения за НЛО, проекты «Знак», «Градж», «Голубая книга» — все это не было для нас секретом. В 50-х годах с правительством Великобритании сотрудничал весьма влиятельный ученый сэр Генри Тизард. Он был одним из основателей радиолокаторных технологий. Тизет понимал, что нельзя не обращать внимания на американские отчеты по поводу феномена НЛО. Напротив, их стоит тщательно изучать. Поэтому ВВС Великобритании получили приказ начать работу в этом направлении. Проект получил название «Летающие тарелки» и был запущен в 1950 году. Уже в 1951-м ученые опубликовали свой отчет довольно скептической настроенности. В нем четко прослеживалась проамериканская позиция. Согласно мнению исследователей, все эти случаи либо ошибочные определения, либо чей-то розыгрыш. Они предлагали вообще закрыть обсуждение этой темы. Однако год спустя проект был возобновлен. Именно тогда появились довольно серьезные свидетельства наблюдения НЛО, включая показания самих военных. Так возник официальный интерес к этой теме. ВВС и Министерство обороны совместными усилиями создали небольшую группу, которая начала работу над новым проектом. Можно сказать, что этот проект в измененном виде существует и сегодня. Таким образом, проект ведется с 50-х годов. Конечно, многое изменилось. Персонал, способы исследования, но по сути это тот же самый проект. Его основные цели и задачи ничуть не изменились. Необходимо исследовать случаи появления НЛО и убедиться, что эти неопознанные объекты не представляют угрозу национальной безопасности. По определению, военная тайна должна оставаться закрытой для общественности. Поэтому работу по изучению НЛО предпочитали не афишировать. Тем не менее, несколько лет назад бельгийская армия приняла решение о сотрудничестве с одной из крупнейших групп брюссельских уфологов. Осенью 1989 года над Бельгией появился неопознанный летающий объект. Очевидцы описали его как крупный черный треугольник с тремя мигающими красными огнями. Уфологи получали новые и новые сообщения очевидцев странного явления. Бельгийская армия согласилась сотрудничать с уфологами и была готова направить военные самолеты на поиск объекта. 30 марта 1990 года радары на станции Семерзейк зафиксировали появление черного треугольника. Сразу после полуночи истребители-перехватчики F-16 отправились на поиски объекта. Один из них сумел проследить движение НЛО по радару, но другой самолет не был им оснащен. Неопознанный объект развил скорость, которая не была доступна ни одному земному средству передвижения. Несколько дней спустя командующий ВВС Бельгии полковник Вильфрид де Брауэр передал прессе полученные на радар изображения объекта, согласно которому он превысил максимальную скорость самолета в 30-40 раз. В то же время полковник отрицал любую возможность земного происхождения этого объекта. Бельгийская волна наблюдений за НЛО продолжалась до 1994 года, но даже спустя 10 лет никто так и не пришел к единому выводу относительно природы загадочных явлений. Но в данном случае важно другое. Это был беспрецедентный случай взаимодействия уфологов и военных с целью всестороннего изучения феномена НЛО. Объединение усилий — весьма важный момент. Чтобы грамотно провести исследование, необходимо владеть всей возможной информацией. Ни для кого не секрет. Лучшие данные чаще всего попадают в руки военным, поскольку наблюдениями занимаются именно военные летчики. Кроме того, их отчеты подтверждаются данными военных радаров. Все эти сведения фактически никогда не передаются в руки штатских исследователей. Военные убеждены, неразглашение тайны – одно из условий обеспечения национальной безопасности. В идеале агентства по исследованию НЛО должны быть равномерно распределены по всему земному шару. Управлять ими должна международная организация наподобие ООН. Но пока наш мир не готов к созданию подобной структуры. В конце 70-х годов в ООН проводились совещания, посвященные загадкам НЛО. Среди приглашенных были профессор Хайнек, бывший советник ВВС США, астронавт Гордон Купер и несколько других ключевых фигур. Совещание возглавлял Курт Вальдхейм, который был в то время генеральным секретарем ООН. Идея состояла в международном обмене знаниями на тему НЛО. К сожалению, эти встречи не имели продолжения, поскольку американский дипломат пригрозил пожаловаться в Сенат на нерациональное расходование средств американских фондов в деятельности ООН. И еще одно доказательство того, что перед Богом все мы одинаково мудры и глупы. НЛО. Факты и фальсификации. В нашей следующей программе мы продолжим разговор о загадочном феномене НЛО и попытаемся сегодня заглянуть в свое будущее.